It is 10 o'clock, and we'll start what could be quite a long meeting, both this morning and this afternoon. So welcome everyone, and just to underline the welcome to Claire Daunton, who was a sort of semi-formal member last time we met, and has been confirmed by the County Council as one of their representatives.
Thank you, Tim.
Just to, in this different layout for our meeting, to say to anyone to whom it's not obvious that members of the Assembly are over here, officers are over there and up front. Katie. So we're going to try and conduct our procedures efficiently, hopefully, but we do want your points of view. That's the purpose of this exercise. The first item is apologies for absence. Are there any?
Chair, there are apologies from Heather Richards.
Okay, Heather Richards can't make it today. Thank you. The second item is declarations of interest, and just to say that it really isn't necessary to declare an interest that you live in a particular place in the area, because that's actually a qualification for being here. So are there any other declarations of interest that people have? Karen?
Yeah, I'm a life member of Clare Hall College, who have made some comments about the C2C route, and also in terms of Eastern Access, I'm a trustee of the entity that owns the ice rink, which falls within the Park and Ride site.
Thank you, Karen. Noted. Chris Nunn, did you indicate?
Yeah, as before, I lead CBC Limited, which sits within the Park and the City Access Scheme as well.
Thank you. Christopher?
Anne Silver.
Try that one instead. Sorry, in relation to the Cambridge Eastern Access project, my point involved with bringing forward developments in that area. So I will adjust.
Noted, thank you. If anyone...
I think I want to watch it on here, but I need to be able to do the link.
Sorry? Anyone does, if an interest does occur to anyone as we get to an item. Oh, Heather, you have one?
Thank you, Chair. It's more of a query. I'm not sure if we do on this one, but in relation to city access, those of us that are councillors, because one of the exemptions is for council workers, I'm not sure we have to declare. We've had that in the past in relation to planning, where we just have to declare so if we've got any legal advice on that, happy to declare or not declare as required, Chair.
I'm not going to start a chain reaction because most of our members are members of a council, so I think we'll take that as a given. Yeah, thank you. So I was just about to say, if anything else occurs to anyone as we get to an item, please flag it then. But let's close item 2 then and go on to our minutes of the previous meeting, and we need to verify their accuracy. Are there any points on the minutes?
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It's something that I did raise at the workshop, but I would like to raise it publicly as well. It's standard practice that councillors are recorded by name when they are attributed something in the councils. I appreciate there are recordings now, but the minutes are the official record of the meeting, and I'm wondering if we could look at this going forward, because we know in South Cambridge District Council and others that we do need to be attributed. So if we could have that looked at, please, Chair.
I believe you have been given an answer to that question, but Rachel, would you like to respond again?
Yes, we have sent a written response to Councillor Williams. We follow the practice of the county council as our accountable body, and they don't specifically name those who speak in the minutes, and that's what we are intending to continue with at the moment. And I can circulate the full written answer we gave to Councillor Williams to other members if they'd like to.
Are there any questions of accuracy on these minutes?
If I may, there was an issue raised on item 11, the Waterbeach Station relocation, and there was a request to include an additional comment, which is as follows, that members clarified in reference to an issue raised in a public question by Helen, Jazz and Nigel Seamarks that St John's College was a separate legal entity from the University of Cambridge with its own investment strategy. So it's requested that we include that additional comment.
I'm happy from my recollections to agree that. Are there any objections to that? Okay, so with that amendment, you'd like me to sign this copy here. Thank you. So we've done then item 3. To item 4, have an item of questions from members of the public. We have 21 public questions relating to the following items. I'll show you the distribution. 10 for the first item on public transport and city access strategy, 7 on Cambourne to Cambridge, 2 on Cambridge Eastern access, and 2 on the Greater Cambridge Greenways. They have been published, those questions, on the website, and members of the Assembly have received them. We're going to put them at the start of the relevant agenda item as we go through the agenda during the day. We've also had a number of representatives from partner bodies, the 3 councils, and the questions that they've submitted are also circulated in writing to members, and I will be permitting those questioners to speak at the beginning of at each item, the relevant item as well. So that's just to how I'm proposing to deal with that, and we come then to the next item, number 5, petitions. We've had none received, submitted. We've got a procedure for doing that. Obviously, we're aware that there are a number circulating out there on our first item, and maybe others, but I don't know about those. Presumably, when they do come to fruition, they will be submitted. That will be then in the future, but the subjects they're addressing are really related to the consultation on city access and public transport improvements, and we hasn't yet started, so nothing is too late at this point. So we go straight to the main item this morning, the very substantial item, public transport and city access strategy. That is in your agenda pack from page 30 to 63. I'll indicate now how I'm proposing to structure this. So we'll start with public questions, and I'm proposing that we, because we have 10 of them, that we take these in blocks, not all 10 together, so we can get a little bit more focus on the answers for them from officers, and Isabel Wade is going to respond. We will then have questions from the members of partner bodies, and likewise. We will then take the presentation from officers of their report, which we're going to divide up into 3. And I'll explain more how we do that, because we're going to have presentation, debate, presentation, debate, presentation, debate, and then an overarching session to clear other points at the end. But I will explain how that is going to happen when we get closer to it. Particularly, no, we'll come later. So let's go to the public questions, I think, then, straight away. The first block, and I'm going to let the questioners know who's in each block and what sequence it is so that they can get themselves ready. The first block, first will be Rebecca Teague. The second will be Dorte Dapthen. And the third will be Lillian Rundblatt. And all of those will be joining us via Teams. So let's hope that works. And could we have the question from Rebecca Teague first, please?
Hello. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Well, let me turn my camera
See
on.
someone else. There we are.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Hi. So my question is what the proposed charge rates are for residents of the congestion charge area and how they would be applied. Thank you.
Nice short question. Thank you very much. We'll be coming back to that in just a moment. The second question is Dorte Dapthen.
Yeah. Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, please go ahead with your question.
Okay. My question is regarding the congestion charge, and could you please outline how you expect this to work for clubs and sporting activities within the city? I'm particularly concerned how coaches and volunteers will transport equipment to sites commonly within the congestion zone, or how participants will transport large and heavy equipment to these locations. Commonly, these activities have a start time which will require transport before the cut-off for the congestion charge.
Thank you very much, Dorte. We'll come back to those points in just a moment. And we'll take the third last question in this block from Lillian Rundblatt. You there, Lillian?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My question is regarding point 5.27, page 50, disabled tax class vehicles. I cannot find any mention of mobility scooters or powered wheelchairs anywhere in the documentation. Are they included in the above exemptions in point 5.27? The highway code states the following: mobility scooters and powered wheelchairs, the law calls these invalid carriages. They must have a maximum speed of 8 miles per hour on the road and be fitted with the device, limiting them to 4 miles per hour on the footways to be exempt. So are we exempt in the disabled tax class vehicles?
Thank you very much, Lillian.
Yeah.
So I'm now going to go to Isabel to take us through the answers to those three questions, please.
Great, thank you, Chair. Hopefully everyone can hear me all right. So just in terms of the first question, so all the charge rates that are kind of proposed for consultation are outlined in table 2 of the report. So for cars, that's a charge of £5 paid once daily for trips taken within the proposed zone between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. on weekdays. So these charges would apply to all vehicles, residents and non-residents, unless a vehicle and or its driver are eligible for one of the many proposed discounts, exemptions and reimbursements that we'll come on to later. In terms of the second question, as I said, the paper kind of goes through the different charge levels for different vehicle types, as well as the proposed hours of operation. And there are a range of discounts, exemptions and reimbursements that may apply to some sports clubs and organisations. So, for example, vehicles used by charities and not-for-profit groups to transport equipment and people, they're proposed to be eligible for reimbursement, and the charge also does not apply at weekends. In terms of the final question, so there is no proposed charge at all for any sort of mobility aids, so things like mobility scooters, powered wheelchairs. We wouldn't classify those as a vehicle, they're not proposed to be charged at all.
Thank you very much, Isabel. We'll then go to the second block of questions. And this block is, just for everyone's awareness and getting ready, Noga Ganani, who I believe is here in the room. Just a minute, just read the other names. Parish Councillor Harris from Willingham, in the room as well, welcome. And Anna Williams on behalf of CamCycle, who's in the room, I think somewhere. Nice, ahead of me again. Very good, so in that order, I'd just like to call Noga Ganani. I think you sit over there and press the button on the right.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you very much for taking my question this morning. Mainly my concern is regarding the car charge, and specifically how this plan would benefit young families and the elderly who aren't eligible for any type of exemption, but still rely very heavily on car usage. I simply gave my own personal example as a situation, but many do share my concern. My own commute without a car would take approximately 4 hours a day. That includes about 80 minutes of walking. Now, I have toddler twins with whom I need to drive to their nursery in Cambridge on my way to work in Cambridge. We live in Histon at the edge of the village. So how would this car charge would benefit us who rely on cars because simply we can't physically use public transportation? And this would amount to more than about £1,000 per year additional cost. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for your question. Answer coming after the next two questions. Councillor Harris. It's already on, so
I just pressed it.
Speak out.
Okay, I'm the parish councillor in Willingham. In your the agenda items, item 5.7 refers to the commitment that public transport must be improved, and it particularly says from mid-2023, priority service improvements would include addressing existing deficits in access to the bus network from small towns, large villages, e.g. Willingham. The proposals do not provide any improvement, replacing the existing direct service to Cambridge with a new circular route between Willingham and Papworth, requiring changes to get any of the destinations wanted by most residents and also costing more for multiple journeys. To achieve the aims of this consultation, it is essential that a village the size of Willingham has a direct bus link to Cambridge. Document 2608-2022, Making Connections, recognises that the proposed loop deprives Willingham of the existing direct link to Cambridge and makes two other suggestions: a dedicated service for Stanton Swavesey over in Willingham that joins the busway to Cambridge at Longstanton, and extending the City 6 service serving Oakington to Swavesey via Willingham and over. The first has merit in response to the Making Connections consultation. Willingham Parish Council proposed that buses should leave the busway to take in Willingham. And that was part of the original busway proposal. On the second, extending the route from Cottenham rather than Oakington would make more sense, as Cottenham offers a range of facilities, including educational, the village college where most Willingham children go, and also adult education, plus ongoing services as proposed to locations such as Ely, Chatteris and March, which would avoid access would open access without needing to travel to Cambridge. The plans appeared to be for the benefit of the operators that did not take into account the transport users' actual needs, and can we be assured that these points will be taken seriously when the final plans are drawn up. In addition to this, I'd like to say that it appears to me that whoever's drawn this up doesn't actually seem to use the bus services or appreciate the issues involved. It seems more like lines drawn on a map. The proposed hourly bus service linking Willingham with the guided busway would mean you could get a bus from Cambridge, or St Ives or wherever, get to Northstowe and have to wait up to an hour for the bus to take you back into the village. And if you're vulnerable, it's cold and wet, a lady on her own, I don't think people would want to be standing there in those sort of circumstances. And they don't seem to appreciate that the journey isn't just the route from your home into Cambridge, but it's your journey back home. And nobody seems to appreciate that people won't use it if they're going to have to hang around, if they're going to have to wait, and that might be at risk
Chair, and I'm speaking today on behalf of over 1,600 members of CamCycle. Supports proposals for a sustainable travel zone in Cambridge, but any road charging must be implemented equitably, with the proceeds going to public transport and active travel improvements that are put in place at speed. Reducing motor traffic by 50% would be transformative for cycling within the city and a positive step towards a greener, more people-focused region. Many of CamCycle's members and supporters have strongly welcomed these proposals. However, it is clear from other conversations we've had that there is some lack of trust in the alternatives being good enough before road charging is implemented. National Active Travel Commissioner Chris Boardman often talks about making cycling an enticing and accessible alternative to the car. The active travel and behaviour change aspects of the scheme have not been defined in any detail in the strategic outline business case, but will be critical to the scheme's success. As well as options mentioned, including active travel improvements, enhanced maintenance, and schemes to expand access to specialist and adapted cycles, the GCP must invest in a detailed communications and behaviour change plan. This needs to include PR, cycle training, travel planning, employer engagement, and other measures designed to build a positive vision for the future and support people to make the transition to sustainable transport. CamCycle would also like to see the simpler and easier to achieve workplace parking levy remain on the table as an important step towards a more sustainable city and a vital source of funding to help transform our streets. Our question is, what plans and timetables are in place to ensure the walking, cycling and bus networks delivered in the next few years will be enticing and accessible for those switching from driving and provide appropriate support to Cambridgeshire residents as they transition to more sustainable journeys? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I'll turn to Isabel to respond to those three questions.
Well, thank you, Chair. So just taking the first question, I think kind of absolutely understand that, you know, for many people, the current bus service isn't an option, which is why improving bus services is at the heart of this package, with a doubling of the size of the bus network across the travel to work area. So there's proposals for the bus network included in the papers, which include faster and more frequent buses from Histon to the city centre, as well as a new service from Histon to Cambridge North Station. In addition, the existing U service, which currently serves the Sidgwick site and West Cambridge, would be extended round to Cambridge North Station with an increased frequency of every 10 minutes. Children and older people are more likely to be reliant on public transport, particularly those on lower incomes. And so there are therefore substantial benefits from investing in bus services for these groups, including improved access to education, employment, services and leisure. And additionally, these groups are more likely to be affected by air quality issues, which would improve with lower traffic levels. But we can only transform our sustainable transport network with an ongoing source of funding, which would be provided by the Sustainable Travel Zone. And a range of discounts, exemptions and reimbursement is proposed, including for blue badge holders and people on low incomes. And that's something that we're very much suggesting as part of the consultation. Kind of we look at in more detail who might not be being picked up as part of that, who we might need to look at further. Just taking the second question from Councillor Harris. So as I said, improving bus services is at the heart of this package, and the proposal is to undertake consultation on these improvements alongside the other elements of the package as well. You identified proposals for two suggested bus routes for Willingham to Cambridge, so one via Oakington, one via Cottenham, and we're very keen to receive feedback on these as part of the suggested consultation. And that will enable the initial bus service proposition set out here to evolve and develop. It's important to remember that the proposals are suggesting delivering these improvements over the next 5 years. So the network will need to evolve from this initial proposition to reflect the consultation feedback that we get, as well as kind of wider changes in travel. And then just to pick up on a couple of the other points, so there wouldn't be a charge for changing buses. The idea is that, you know, you'd be able to get a through ticket, and also kind of the timetabling would support minimising wait times. So if you can get a bus kind of out of Cambridge every 10 minutes, hopefully that's the maximum amount of time that you would need to then wait for kind of an onward connection as well, because the service would be much more reliable. You'd be able to kind of rely on making that connection as well. Just then to turn to the question from CamCycle. So as you've highlighted, the proposals are clear that improvements to public transport, walking and cycling will come before a sustainable travel zone is brought in. with the traffic reduction and funding from the zone itself creating an unprecedented opportunity to further transform our sustainable transport network. And the GCP is already committed to over £130 million worth of improvements to the cycling and walking network, which will be delivered in the next 4 years, including the Greenways network and the second phase of the Chisholm Trail. And in addition, our corridor schemes will provide high quality public transport links and active travel infrastructure into the city for some of our fastest growing communities. But there absolutely is more that we could do if a decision was taken next year following consultation to proceed with the package outlined in this report, and we had that certainty over funding and over traffic reductions, and that could include committing to more of the Cycling Plus network, extending the Greenways network to more villages, as well as the sort of behaviour change activities that you outlined in your question. In addition, work has been undertaken looking at how bus services could be ramped up over the next 4 to 5 years, starting with the priority improvements outlined in the paper, and the proposed start date for the 7 AM to 7 PM charge has been linked to that timeline. So the suggested consultation would ask people about the additional schemes and support that they might need to use sustainable transport mode, so that there is the opportunity for people to make further suggestions about kind of what they would like to see in addition to the current plans.
Thanks, Isabel. Then we have the third and final block of questions on this item. The sequence is Mahoney Goodman, I believe, is in the meeting. Yes, if you'd like to make your way there, that would be great. She will be followed by Councillor John Trapp from East Cambridgeshire District Council, who's going to be on Teams, hopefully. Then we'll have Wendy Blythe on behalf of FECRA. Also, I saw her on Teams a moment ago, so I know she's there. And David Stoughton, who's actually attending the meeting over there. So that's the sequence. Mahoney Goodman, would you like to go ahead?
The 2019 Commons report on tackling inequalities faced by Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities, the government acknowledged Gypsies, travellers and Roma are among the most disadvantaged people in the country and have poor outcomes in key areas such as health and education. Gypsies and travellers have transited through Cambridge for centuries, finding work, visiting family, using hospital facilities and playing an integral role throughout the history of cultural landmarks, including the Midsummer Fair. Despite this, the Equality Impact Assessment for the Sustainable Travel Zone fails to mention the potential adverse impacts on transiting Gypsies and travellers, and the summary of proposed charge levels contains no specific reference to caravans. It's therefore unclear whether they will be eligible for low-income and health discounts, which are disproportionately likely to apply to them. In any case, the stated need for input from vehicle users in assessing eligibility ignores the Cambridgeshire local authorities' failure to build trust with transiting Gypsies and travellers, and evidenced by lack of engagement with the Gypsy Traveller Accommodation Needs Assessment. Furthermore, the implication that discounts will be provided via reimbursement begs the question, how? By definition, transiting Gypsies and travellers have no fixed abode. Their stays in Cambridge are short, often ending in forcible eviction due to inadequate local authority provision of legal stopping places. Reliable access to internet and electricity are not guaranteed, and the education system's systemic failure to accommodate their needs means many are illiterate. Romany Gypsies and Irish travellers have protected status under the 2010 Equality Act. Section 149 requires that public authorities advance equality of opportunity between persons who share a relevant protected characteristic and persons who do not. The barriers to accessing discounts and reimbursements are in clear violation of this objective. Will the Greater Cambridgeshire Partnership commit to a congestion charge exemption for transiting Gypsies and travellers?
Thank you very much. And we now turn to Councillor John Trapp from East Cambridgeshire. Councillor
Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for allowing me to make a question. My question is, what is the East Cambridge interchange, which is marked on the future bus network concept between Cambridge City Centre and Newmarket? Is it just simply the Newmarket Road Park and Ride, or something more ambitious and radical? And will there be buses not only to the city centre, but to other places within the congestion charge? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Trapp. And next we have Wendy Blythe.
Hi Tim, can you hear me?
We can hear you but can't see you yet. I'm sure that will happen in a moment. Hold on.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Can you hear?
Yes, yes, we can. Go ahead with your question,
Right.
Wendy.
Thanks, Tim. Question on behalf of the Federation Cambridge Residents Associations Committee. There are residents who are not registered as disabled who have mobility problems and can't walk very far or carry heavy shopping. They need to drive sometimes. How will they be exempted? Has the GCP looked at other examples of time restriction as well as charging structures? And the Combined Authority has funded a project for the city portrait, a piece of work proposed by the councils covering the whole city, which will provide, they say, a baseline outcome and metrics-based approach to supporting a future city vision. Do the Greater Cambridge Partnership plan to use the evidence from the city portrait project in relation to the congestion charge? The council proposal for the city portrait states it will cover the full sustainability range and will draw on frameworks such as donut economics. I think Councillor Thornborough is a member of donut economics, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Bennett Institute 6 Capitals, and the Legatum Institute. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Wendy. And now finally calling on David Stoughton.
Chair, Assembly members, I hope you'll forgive me for having elaborated a bit on the original question submitted. I just wanted to try and emphasise the scale of the problem. At Living Streets, we greatly welcome the reductions in traffic levels, encouragement of the use of public transport, and the boost to active travel that's proposed. Of course we do. However, any modal change in travel requires a whole systems perspective. An expansion of the bus network will inevitably require that travellers also make heavier use of the footways. Footways in Cambridge are in terrible condition, damaged, dangerous, and a disgrace to the city. Our research shows this to be a widely held view and a deterrent to walking for many. I find myself regularly comparing the experience of walking here with that of walking in Mumbai, a city with which I'm quite familiar. As in Mumbai, the pedestrian is often forced to give their entire attention to watching for problems beneath their feet. Broken paving, raised manholes, ruts and potholes from poor repairs and winter weathering. As in Mumbai, the footway is often totally blocked. We don't have the sleeping cows that that city has. Instead, vehicles, not content with the entire road, park on the pavement, often forcing pedestrians into the street. As in Mumbai, pedestrians are increasingly forced to share the footways with a variety of faster-moving wheeled vehicles. Cyclists, mopeds, and a growing number of e-scooters weave in and out of the walkers, alarming the elderly and the less able. Is it any surprise, then, that promoting active travel proves a hard uphill struggle? Expanding usage of the bus network will face the same problems if the experience and quality of the whole journey are not considered. Will the proposed expansion of the bus network see a corresponding investment in footways so that walking is safe and pleasurable, not, as it often is at present, an ordeal? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Stoughton. I'll now ask Isabel to respond to those last questions.
I think it stopped flashing. Cool, thank you very much. So taking the kind of first question, so the draft equality impact assessment sets out an initial assessment of the potential impacts on the Gypsy and Traveller community, and the paper sets out the importance of engaging with this community during the suggested consultation in order to increase understanding of the potential impacts and find solutions. A discount for those on low incomes is proposed, and in addition, the report is clear that the application process for any discounts, as well as payment mechanisms for those paying the charge, should be designed to be accessible to all. The next question from Councillor Trapp. So East Cambridge would be at the core of any future redevelopment of the Marshall site, which is a matter for the emerging local plan. The bus network map proposed onward services to the station, as well as to the hospital site and CBC, as well as to the city centre. The question from Wendy Blythe, a range of options for charging have been considered, as well as different timing restrictions. The proposals do not include charging for weekends or for evenings, which will help to facilitate access to, for example, supermarkets. And the bus proposals will also be designed to minimise walking distances where possible. As set out in the report, it is proposed that additional work and engagement takes place with groups who have particular mobility needs but do not qualify for a blue badge or a low income discount, in order to understand the nature of the impacts on these groups and potential solutions. And the GCP are engaged with the City Council in the city portrait work and will be able to use data from the project to inform the proposals. And then the final question from David Stoughton. So the Sustainable Travel Zone proposal set out in the report would raise enough revenue to cover improvements to bus services, as well as to wider investments, including, as you suggest, investment in the pavements and other facilities for pedestrians to increase the attraction of walking and using mobility aids, and as well as kind of infrastructure that might create nicer environments. That could also include kind of wider enforcement options like that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Isabel. Now, aside from public questions, we do have a facility from elected members of our 3 partner councils to ask questions, and we have registered 3 of those for this meeting. The first of which is from South Cambridgeshire District Councillor Carla Hoffman, who's also speaking on behalf of Carla Farrar, who submitted a similar question. And Councillor Hoffman is in the room, I think. Please go ahead.
Thank you. When the proposal came out, I've been speaking to a lot of the people in my ward, and they've raised many concerns, some of which the public have also raised. So I've narrowed it down mainly towards the size of the zone. One of the things that people were saying is that they understand the need for the environment, the congestion, the increases of buses, but they had genuinely thought that it was going to be the centre of Cambridge, not necessarily the whole of Cambridge. So I'll read the next bit. So I have some questions. Some villages, including Fenditton, Horningsea, Stoke-on-Quye, have residents who use the Eastbourne Well Health Centre on Ditton Lane, which is inside the proposed congestion zone. In addition, the current proposed extent of the zone means some residents commuting out of the zone to work in remote areas that will not have buses going to them will be charged daily. And roads like High Ditch Road and even Fulbourne Village will become rat runs for cars driving in order to avoid the charge and access other areas of Cambridge. My first question is, can the GCP consider reducing the size of the zone and removing the whole of Fenditton, not just part of it, from inside the proposed congestion zone? My second question. We have a retail park with 6 supermarkets on Newmarket Road and petrol stations used by many in Fenditton and the nearby villages. How can the GCP amend the zone to make these facilities accessible without paying the congestion charge? People do not wish to take their shopping on the bus, or cement, or anything else like that. My final question, how does the GCP propose to stop nearby roads and villages outside the congestion zone from becoming parking places for those trying to avoid the charge at no expense to the villages where these people will be parking? Thank you very much.
Councillor Bick has just popped out for a bit, so if we could have the answers from Isabel.
Well, thank you very much for the question. So just in terms of the size of the zone, we did kind of ask about that in the Making Connections consultation that ran last autumn, which kind of showed a preference for a larger zone, which is kind of why we're there, but we'll kind of come onto that in more detail, I'm sure, as part of the discussion. So based on the current proposals, people who drive to the Eastbourne Well Health Centre, all the supermarkets and other facilities on Newmarket Road would therefore pay the charge, as would residents within the zone who have a destination outside the zone. Obviously, that would apply in the hours that the charge is kind of operating, so evenings and weekends, that would be different. The package does include significant public transport enhancements, which would make visiting these places by bus much easier. In terms of the Eastbourne Well Health Centre, we are proposing a reimbursement scheme for those accessing healthcare who cannot use public transport due to illness or, for example, who have regular appointments for treatment. And discounts are also proposed for blue badge holders and people on low incomes. In terms of rat running, the package of measures currently proposed has been assessed using a traffic model, and that model does not suggest there will be any significant rat running behaviours on this part of the network, and that traffic levels will reduce as a consequence of the proposed charge. Obviously, the details of that will be kept under review should the scheme go forward for further development, so we can kind of make sure that that is the case and take appropriate kind of measures as needed following forthcoming public consultation. In terms of parking, so the park and ride sites would sit outside the sustainable travel zone, so we would expect that in the first instance people would park there in order to travel and use the modes of transport. Additionally, South Cambridgeshire District Council is in the process of kind of moving to having kind of civil parking enforcement powers for that area, and that would provide a means to deal with any parking issues that did arise.
Thank you, Isabel. Apologies for my absence momentarily. I think the next member of a partner authority is Councillor Dan Lentle from South Cambridgeshire District Council. Councillor Lentle.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Assembly. As somebody who used to cross the city every day back in the 90s from Jesus Green to Netherhall, nobody is more convinced that Cambridge's bus services are subpar, shall we put it that way. Concern is that the proposals include the Addenbrooke site. Now, as a stay-at-home dad, I entirely endorse the point that was made earlier that these proposals are going to affect parents and carers and take money out of their pocket at a time in life when, you know, we're not in full-time paid employment. Now, when my daughter 2.0 was on her way and had just arrived, we did about 20 visits to Addenbrooke's. And even reading the list of exemptions, I do not think we would have initially qualified. And this would have added, you know, a few hundred, let's say £100 or so to our stresses and budgets and all the rest of it. Now, I'm one of those people who think that there is no place for government between sick people and their doctors. And the issue here is about the way that those of us in a position to make and shape policy refer to those on low incomes. And I hope that we're going to come to a point in our history when insensitivity to poverty is as socially unacceptable as insensitivity to issues of race or gender or sexuality. And I would like to call up the chair of the GCP for her comments in the Cambridge Independent. Somebody on a six-figure salary really referring to we're all in the same boat. No, we're all in the same storm. And some of us are in yachts and some of us are in dinghies. So if I may turn to my questions. Number one, why has the site of Addenbrooke's Hospital been included in the proposed congestion charge sustainable travel zone when no reasonable public transport alternatives are available to my constituents in Over and Willingham, and you're actually about to remove the direct bus service? Why are the purpose-built access roads to the hospital from the M11, which are not open to through traffic, included in this proposal when they play no part in the wider problem of congestion in our city? Why should residents have to pay the GCP or go through some online ramshackle rigmarole in order to visit, you know, their loved ones in hospital or to visit their doctors or to meet new arrivals at the Rosie? And finally, where is the overstretched NHS to find the administrative bandwidth to manage the proposed list of exemptions? Have they been consulted? And do we seriously think that the system by which the car parking charge is occasionally waived, which relies on the car parking office being staffed at Addenbrooke's, which it isn't always, and they do have trouble recruiting, do we seriously want to entrust that system to everybody on something that actually we, as a community, we are in control of? So my urging to all of you in a position to shape this policy is, please don't construct a paywall of any sort between the sick people of our county and their doctors, between carers and those they are going to see in the hospital. And most importantly, do not put the burden of paying for this policy, for all its good and for all its bad, do not put the paying burden on those people who got this community and this country through the COVID pandemic crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lentle. Isabel, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. So the question focuses solely on access by car to the hospital. And we know that people on low incomes are much less likely to own a car. And if they do, it's likely to be a much greater burden on their overall household budget than it is for people on higher incomes, particularly with rising fuel costs. Car parking is already expensive at the hospital, so visiting is actually already quite expensive. So the proposals significantly enhance bus provision for the hospitals to make visiting and to make access to appointments easier. And for places like Willingham and Over, that does include a regular bus services that could connect at Long Stanton with direct services to the hospital. And those services, in addition to Enhanced Park and Ride, if that's what people choose to do, will be cheaper than paying to use the current cost of hospital car parking charges, even at the reduced rate for patients with appointments. Many people who use the hospitals currently rely on public transport, but their access is restricted by the current provision. The Sustainable Travel Zone will enable investment in bus services to improve access across the board rather than focusing on the car as the sole means of visiting hospitals. Staff at the hospitals consistently raise lack of public transport as a key issue affecting their well-being and their employment choices, and the package proposed enables that investment in improved services and cheaper fares that is commensurate with the scale of the challenge in improving that. The Cambridge Biomedical Campus and the wider hospital area is due to grow significantly in the next 5 to 10 years, including the provision of 2 new hospitals. Without massively improving access by bus, walking and cycling to the area, access, congestion, air quality will continue to deteriorate, and the access road from the M11 connects through the urban area and therefore includes local traffic as well as access to the hospital. And clearly, access to the hospitals by car will continue to be absolutely necessary for some people, and that is why the proposals include reimbursement schemes. So that includes, for example, patients with regular appointments, patients assessed as unable to use public transport, staff travelling with large items, controlled drugs, or other equipment, and staff responding to emergencies on call. There are reimbursement and discount schemes which are already administered by the hospitals, such as for car parking, and the scheme will be designed to minimise bureaucracy for both patients and staff. The NHS already runs several such schemes in London, so we would envisage it would run on a similar basis. There are also proposed exemptions and discounts for disabled tax class vehicles, blue badge holders and people on low incomes, and all of those would be administered centrally. The suggestion is to consult on the proposals, so there is very much an opportunity for staff, for users of the hospital, to express views before any final decisions are taken about the zone and its potential boundary.
Thank you very much, Isabel. We had one further contribution from County Councillor Lorna Dupre, who couldn't be here today to ask her questions. They are nevertheless printed on the list of questions from members of partners or partner authorities, and Councillor Dupre will get a written response which we'll append to our next minutes. So I'd like to thank all of those who asked questions and made points. It's obviously up to members of this Assembly to refer to any of those exchanges when we have our debate shortly. And thanks, Isabel, for the answers that you've given. Now we will go next to the presentation of the officer's report on this agenda item number 6. And I said that we were going to divide that up into 3 sections and discuss each of those before going on to the next. The first of those, and I wanted to give the sort of route map for people so that they can decide when they're going to make their point as we go through. The first of those will be in relation to the proposals themselves, the bus network, the sustainable transport zone, and including the way that has evolved from the previous consultation processes. So that will be the first piece that is going to be presented and we will debate. After that, a discussion, a presentation and then discussion on the impacts of the scheme as proposed, to pick up the points in relation to the EQIA and the exemptions and discounts that are proposed, have a discussion on that, and then thirdly, the phasing, the delivery and the consultation process that is anticipated, bring the what are the early delivery bus improvements, the fare reductions, and concerns about deliverability. And then at the end, we will have an opportunity to cover points that didn't find a home in any of those segments. So I'm going to ask Isabel to give us a general introduction and then to go on to present the first segment of those 3 for us to discuss. Please go ahead, Isabel.
Well, thank you. And we have a kind of presentation that covers this as well, which you should be able to see on the screens. So if we could just kind of turn to the first, to the next slide. So the paper brings together kind of some new technical work, the findings of the consultation that we ran last autumn, with kind of the work that's been done over several years, looking at the different options for kind of addressing the problems that we have, which I'll kind of outline in more detail. So kind of as the chair outlined, I'm going to talk mostly about the proposals, which kind of are split down broadly into 3 parts. So first of all, the transformed bus network, offering faster, more frequent, more reliable services, longer operating hours. Secondly, the improvements to walking and cycling enabled by the lower traffic levels, and also supporting kind of public realm enhancements. And then thirdly, a sustainable travel zone, which consists of a road user charge and is designed to fund the first 2 elements of the package. So if we just could move on to the next slide. I wanted to start with a brief reminder of why we had the City Access Project. The Joint Assembly have discussed this at length before, so I will keep it brief, but I think it's important to emphasise the scale of the challenge that the area faces. We have significant population growth, and that is likely to worsen what is currently the 2nd worst congestion in the UK over the coming years, making public transport slower and less reliable, worsening pollution and emissions, and ultimately making it harder for people to access opportunities. The area will become a less attractive place to live and work, which has serious knock-on implications, not only for the Greater Cambridge economy, but for the whole of the surrounding area. We have 121 deaths in Greater Cambridge in 2021 that were attributable to air pollution, and we have high levels of carbon emissions from transport contributing to climate change as well. This is alongside a cost of living crisis, which is hitting low-paid workers and families who are much less likely to own a car, or where they do own a car will have been significantly impacted by cost of fuel increases. So we need to find a way to deliver an affordable, attractive and sustainable transport network for our area. The next slide, please. So we've consulted widely on these issues over the last 5 years, building on kind of at least 2 decades for those of you who've been around of discussion kind of prior to that. So this includes the 2019 Choices for Best Journeys engagement that was run and the Citizens' Assembly, which looked in detail at options for raising funding for better public and active transport and lowering traffic levels to deliver improvements. We just move on to the next slide. So these consultations in turn informed the Making Connections consultation that ran last autumn, and the feedback demonstrated that there was strong support for the aims of the package, as well as for the bus network proposals and the idea of reducing traffic to improve walking, cycling and public spaces. And these findings have been used to inform the proposals that I will talk through, but in particular, we had really useful feedback about the type and design of the charge, as well as how charging income could be spent. Sorry. We had really useful feedback about the type and design of the charge, as well as how charging income could be used to improve buses, walking and cycling, and I'll kind of pick up some of the points from here as I talk through the other slides. So just turning to the next slide, which takes the first element of the package, the transformed bus network. And it's important to emphasise here the size and scale of the change that we're looking at. So the network would double in size. It would benefit from around 10 times the current levels of investment, and that would be one of the highest kind of investments into bus services anywhere in the UK. Taking into account the feedback from the consultation, the proposals focus on improving frequencies and operating hours, providing new routes to increase the coverage of the network, and also making fares cheaper. The network would cover the whole of the travel to work area and provide more links into residential employment areas, express services, and a significant expansion of rural provision. Operating between 5 a.m. and 1 a.m, the aim is to give people the confidence to use bus journeys for many more of their journeys. And fares were also a key consideration for consultation respondents. So the proposals include a £1 flat fare for the Cambridge area, so broadly the current inner stagecoach fare zone, and a £2 flat fare for the wider travel to work area. This would offer people significantly cheaper travel, with fare caps in place to ensure daily ticket costs remain lower than current. We're working closely with the combined authority, who are considering options around the future delivery models for the bus network. And although no decisions have been taken, there's clearly a kind of link between making investment on this scale and the level of control that we might want to ultimately achieve over kind of bus services as well. So continuing to work closely with them on the proposals. Next slide, please. Just to unpack the improvements further, so this would deliver faster journey times, not just through lower traffic levels, but through more direct services, through more express services, and also shorter waiting times due to higher frequency, so up to 8 buses an hour in Cambridge, up to 6 per hour on key corridors, and hourly in rural areas, which is a significant uplift for some places which have kind of maybe 1 bus a day, 1 a week, or no bus at all. The network would better integrate with rail and cycling networks, as well as offering improvements for passengers at bus stops and on the bus to kind of create a much better passenger experience. And in terms of ticketing, as well as the fare reductions, we're looking at things like integrated ticketing and tailored fares for certain groups like families to ensure it's really simple and cheap to use the bus. So a network of this kind of size and scale is predicted to cost around £50 million a year. The details of this are going to be very much at the heart of the proposed consultation, with the opportunity to comment and make suggestions. So kind of in terms of taking the principles here and translating them, there's very much the opportunity to kind of comment on that going forward. Just turning to the next slide then, the second part of the proposals centres on improvements for active travel, as well as wider support for people to use sustainable modes. So kind of as I said in response to one of the questions, the GCP is already making significant improvements to walking and cycling infrastructure, which are due to come on stream in the next few years. And kind of with these proposals, there would be the opportunity to go much further, kind of taking advantage of lower traffic levels and an ongoing investment stream, enabling, for example, the completion of the cycling bus network, which would provide connections through the city, not just for people kind of cycling within the city, but also for users of the greenways, creating links between kind of different parts of the city as people come into the city. Wider measures that are suggested in the paper include car clubs, which for people who use a car occasionally can be significantly cheaper than kind of running their own car, and support particularly for some of the groups highlighted in the Equality Impact Assessment to use public transport and active travel options. Next slide, please. So the third part of the proposals is the Sustainable Travel Zone. And this is part of the package because it is essentially integral to delivering the first 2 parts of the package. So over the last 2 years, detailed work has been done to understand all the options for delivering, firstly, the revenue, and secondly, the space required for the scale of bus, walking and cycling transformation that we need to see. And the consultation showed a preference for road user charging over parking charges. So that's very much informed this proposal. The technical work again kind of reiterates that. And so the Sustainable Travel Zone effectively comprises a road user charging system. It would operate across an area, not a cordon, with the area broadly covering the urban part of Cambridge. And again, that reflects consultation feedback with a preference for a larger zone with a lower charge. The area, it's an area rather than a cordon because around 53% of morning peak traffic is internal to the city. We need to include those journeys if we're going to encourage a shift to sustainable transport, if we're going to kind of meet the revenue requirements for the kind of bus transformation, but also in terms of reflecting the balance of traffic coming into the city versus travelling within the city. Charge would operate 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. on weekdays, again, in order to meet objectives of the overall package, whilst offering some uncharged times to people. There are a range of kind of targeted discounts and exemptions, which I'll kind of mention briefly and can then be picked up in more detail later. And in terms of kind of that last bit on the slide, the phased improvements, again, we'll talk about that in more detail later, but very much the commitment is that the bus improvements will be delivered first, so a sustainable transport zone like this will not kind of come into being straight away, and the consultation can explore the options for ramping up those bus services, but also for potentially bringing in elements of the zone early around kind of hours or different types of vehicles in order to start to kind of meet some of the objectives as well. Can I have the next slide? So in terms of pricing, we've suggested a kind of £5 charge for cars. In the kind of technical work, the £10 charge did perform better in terms of kind of reducing traffic, raising revenue, etc. But the £5 charge was found to meet the scheme objectives and also fits very closely with the consultation feedback. And that's then been scaled for different vehicle types as set out in the paper. If we just move on to the next slide. And so, you know, alongside this, there's a kind of set of initial suggestions for discounts, exemptions and reimbursements. There's some vehicles on here that, you know, are unsurprising, things like emergency service vehicles, disabled tax class vehicles, dial-a-ride, but we're also suggesting allowing blue badge holders to nominate 2 vehicles for a 100% discount, including a discount scheme for people on low incomes, as well as kind of certain local authority operational vehicles. And just to clarify, that means things like refuse vehicles rather than kind of any vehicle. In terms of reimbursements, again, we've talked a bit about that in terms of answers to the questions, but there's kind of suggestions around kind of NHS patients and staff, other emergency service workers, as well as kind of social care workers and kind of vehicles that are used by charities and not-for-profit groups as well. So if we just turn to the next slide, that is kind of a brief overview of the proposals, and as Tim said, we'll come on to the kind of other elements of this in the next 2 presentations, but very happy to kind of pause there and take any questions on that.
Thank you very much, Isabel. So to remind, the first segment is to talk about the proposals as they would improve bus services, walking and cycling, and the sustainable transport zone, the road user charges. We will be coming later back to look at the impacts of those on particular groups in the community and exemptions that are proposed. And we will also be coming even later back to look at the phasing, delivery and the consultation process. And to remind the question that's being asked of us as an assembly, I think, is we are not doing the consultation this morning or even this afternoon. We are being asked, is this a scheme that is fit to be put into the consultation process when the board decides that later this month? And I think we're also being asked, are we satisfied with the way this proposal has been evolved from previous consultation processes that Isabel has described. So I'd like to invite contributions, if possible, people to indicate what their view is about whether this is fit for putting into consultation, or any concerns they have about that, and whether they're happy that this has evolved logically from the previous processes that we've So, who would like to contribute first? Claire and Christopher. And that. Claire.
Always happy to kick off and just get the discussion flowing, which I'm really pleased that we are having the discussion, because we do have real life choices and a finite amount of money, which we need to spend very wisely. This is fit to put to consultation, in my view, with the proviso that we continue to listen. We have been listening for 5 years.
Could I just ask you to pause a moment?
Could I ask that people speak into the microphone?
I can hear myself feeding back on the microphone. If I get
just
much
think
closer.
lean forward a bit or bring it closer to you, maybe it's a big room, I think is the problem.
So I'll try to shout. I do believe it is fit to put to consultation, is my conclusion with your answer, with the proviso that we do continue to listen and we do have the possibility of making changes to what is proposed. I think it is a strong proposal. I think we need to do something like this for the sake of the planet first. And there are 2 ways that Cambridge contributes to that. One is by setting a good example of the thinking that the world needs to do and to leading out by actually delivering it. And secondly, we need to keep Cambridge and Cambridgeshire growing in order to create some of the technical solutions that are coming forward with renewables and sustainable life. So I'll keep it to that for the moment, but I do support the proposal that it goes to consultation with a listening aspect.
Thank you, Claire. Christopher.
Chair, thank you. An important proposal and a big topic, and inevitably a lot of debate to come of this. I do believe that it is ready to go for consultation. There will be things that we have to think about through that process which comes from consultation, but our city needs a solution. The Citizens' Assembly urged us to be bold, but we need to do something. We've seen all the numbers about the increased jobs and houses even in the next 8 years, and who knows beyond there. And if we're going to keep this a very special place, it needs to work and to function. So I think it's really important that we take this forward, but we do, as Claire has just indicated, we need to listen to what comes through in the consultation and be prepared to make sure that it is the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody, firstly for the officers in bringing this forward and all the work that's been done on it, and also to all the questioners today. I was really pleased with the quality of the questions that we had, where it could have just been I hate the idea of charging. It was nice to actually see well thought out questions, and I think that benefits us all to have those. So I think I firstly want to come on to the kind of the why question of why do we want to do this, and I think that is important for us all to kind of get our heads around first. Obviously, we have a climate crisis. I believe residents of Cambridge, the stat is it's something like 25% we pollute more than the average person in the UK, and 40% of that comes from transport emissions. We lose something like 50 people a year in the city through pollution, and what that does and the effects on people's lives. 69 people a year are killed or seriously injured by lumps of metal driving around the city. I don't think anybody in Cambridge thinks that transport is working. So therefore, I think we all know that we need to do something. And I really welcome the GCP for taking leadership here in doing something and coming up with a really bold set of plans here. There's been a lot of questions raised about how this affects people on lower incomes, and that is incredibly valid, and we really need to think about those. I know we're going to come on to exemptions later, but I also encourage people here to remember that I think in the UK the stat is something like 40% of the lowest income families don't have access or own a car. In Cambridge, I think it's something like 20% of people in Newmarket don't own or have access to a car, 31% in Huntingdon. I think if you go out to Cambourne, something like 31% of younger people in Camborne don't have access to a car, and 20%, 22% of older people in Swaff and Prior. So when we think of the poorer people, we do also need to consider those that don't have access to a car and how that impacts them, and how at the moment they're reliant on public transport that frankly isn't fit for purpose. And I'm not sure anybody in Cambridge or Cambridgeshire in the greater area would say that it's fit for purpose. So we do need to be thinking about how to change that. And in my view, and I think in the view of everyone here, we need subsidy to be able to do that. If we look at the amount that Cambridgeshire gets put into public transport, I believe it's about 10% now of subsidy, whereas we look at London and it's closer to 50%. And therefore, when people go around London and they look at how good the public transport is there and say, why can't we have that? A large amount of it is money. And unfortunately, I don't see our current government putting more money right now into sustainable transport. So I really do welcome this. We obviously need to look at where those buses are, and there will be a large amount that the bus network needs to change. I'm sure of it, and I really, really do believe this needs to go to consultation such that we get that feedback and that we listen closely to where those tweaks need to be made, where the big changes need to be made. We need to be looking at a lot of interchange. We need to be looking at park and ride services that don't go just to the city centre, that go to everywhere, that hook people up. I mean, park and ride is the last resort for people to be driving in. And I do welcome the fact that in this now, the park and ride will be cheaper. So if people coming in don't have access to a bus, they will be able to get onto the park and ride for less than they currently are paying, and that we need those park and ride services to go to everywhere around the city that they need to be able to go. But very much we need to look at this. I very much hope that the consultation is constructive and looking at how we can improve things and how we can make these proposals better. But I don't think I've spoken to anybody in Cambridge right now that thinks that traffic is perfect. So I do think this needs to go to consultation. I do really welcome what's been brought forward here, and it does get my support today, and I will be supporting to the board. Thank you.
Alex, I haven't actually got anything for the officers to respond to yet, but that's fine. Yes. Annika, next.
Thank you, Chair. I echo their views. I do think that this is something that does need to be brought forward for consultation, but I do, again, believe it's important that we listen to the consultation and the views. And one of my, as a district councillor, one of my areas is small, and I think it's important we also listen to those and the connectivity between the villages and the city. So we don't forget that it's a whole process, not just into the city for the bus services. I do have three kind of questions, and they are relating to partly the consultation process, if it's okay to raise them now.
Ideally, we were going to talk about the consultation process.
Yeah, that's what my query was. Yeah,
is that still possible?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to check that before I said it. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, that was it. Okay.
And it was really just to confirm that I'm happy. I propose that we should put this to consultation. I think it's important to at least start the process of consultation and then move forward from there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Helen.
Yeah, I too am overall supportive of this scheme, and there's already a lot of work gone into thinking about how we might go forward. I've been on the Assembly since the outset, and we have now been talking about this for 5, even 6 years, and we have already gone through at least 3 consultation processes, all of whom were broadly supportive of the direction of travel. So for those people who seem to think we're springing on this on people without any prior consultation, I just think that's not a fair reflection of what has been happening. The status quo in Cambridge is clearly not an option. It's pretty bad now, and it's going to get worse unless we do something. We must improve public transport, and we cannot improve public transport without an income stream to help with that. In response to one of the issues raised in the questions, I live near the Addenbrooks and the biomedical campus. Clearly there are lots of organisations on that campus that are not Addenbrooks, lots of and growing numbers of people going to those organisations. Our part of Cambridge is already congested, and it's going to get a lot worse. So I would be very reluctant, I think, to exempt in a blanket way Addenbrooks. Clearly, people who are going for daily chemotherapy will already be part of the discounts and exemptions. But I think it's important that we maintain the biggest, sort of widest area that's feasible in order to make sure that the charge itself on a daily basis is reasonable. And I guess my final point at this stage is me reflecting on my own behaviour, and I guess all of us have done this to some extent. So I have a car, I have multiple bikes, I use the bus, and what will this do? I think this will tip me into going to the supermarket probably after 7 o'clock at night. Well, they're all open, many of them are open 24 hours, but they're certainly open beyond 7 o'clock at night. That seems to me a good thing. It'll probably tip me, even on a bad day when it's raining, into getting on the bus or getting on my bike rather than seeking refuge in my car if it's a journey that can be done by bus or bike. That also seems to me a good thing. I will have to pay the charge when I go to play golf. I can't really see me carrying my clubs and trolley on. But that's a good thing too, because that is me putting money into the Cambridge travel zone charge. I still haven't quite got the nomenclature right, that will fund buses for people who are poorer than me. So overall, I'm supportive of this consultation. Clearly we have to listen. I think we have to listen particularly to get the right set of exemptions and discounts. But I urge us to carry on to make this step change in.
Thanks, Helen. Neil.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to reiterate some of the other things that have already been said, but to make a few more points, I do think that this is a logical progression from previous work, and we do need to consult or go out to consultation. If you've driven in Cambridge, certainly lately, you'll know that it's jammed. We are heading to gridlock. Doing nothing is not an option. Wasted time and fuel sitting in traffic costs. The biggest beneficiaries of reduction in traffic are those still driving, certainly after the 50% reduction. The second largest beneficiaries are residents of Cambridge and people walking and cycling in the city. I think that needs to be said. Councillor Lentil mentioned, I think he's gone now, mentioned poverty. And on count, I should mention that on the county, we're very interested in the socio-economic duty, seeing poverty as a protected characteristic. And I think these are some of the things that we will look at. It's not as if we're bringing in any charges tomorrow. We will have time. This is going out for consultation. This is something that we will learn and listen about. The combined authority, I think, is key in this. If we can get more control of the buses, the better. And I think those of us who have a voice with the combined authority, we will have a duty to make that case. And that will be something that I think, as I said, is absolutely key to this. The last thing I want to say is that we should do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now have Claire Daunton.
Tim. I hope that the consultation takes on board the very real concerns that we've heard this morning in the excellent questions, particularly those that have come from people living on the outskirts of the city and even further. The difficulties of access at the moment, and we've had some very good questions, the complexity of access at the moment, and I do hope that the consultation reflects the complexities of travelling to and from and within Cambridge. And I would also add to that I think I do hope as well that the consultation gives full details of the increased and improved bus service, because a lot of, I think, of what you've been hearing this morning is cynicism about the bus service, about the very restricted bus service that we get at the moment. And I can speak from personal experience as someone who uses 5 or 6 different bus services. And when I was district councillor, travelled to and from Camborne, from Little Wilbraham using the bus service. It used to take me about 2.5 hours. And so people with my experience would be cynical, if not concerned, about the bus service. So I think consultation is going to be very important to get across just the step change that this proposal is seeking to put in place in terms of the bus service. Those are my 2 points. Listen to the people who live well outside the city but have to travel in and through and across the city, and really give some details about the improved bus services. But I agree, we have to do something. We've really reached the point now where we need to move forward.
Thanks, Claire. My apologies, I took Claire out of order because it should have been Heather. So.
I won't hold it against you, Chair, don't worry. So, you know, I've listened, and I do respect my fellow Assembly members have the views that they do. It probably won't come as a surprise that I don't share the same view. And I think it's really important, Chair, that as we have this debate, we're already seeing people that have a difference of view on this receiving abuse on social media and the like. And I think actually the first thing I want to say is that all views should be respected. And I hope that my fellow colleagues would endorse that and disapprove of the abuse that's been given to people like myself that have a difference of opinion on this matter. I will now turn to the document itself, Chair. You'll be pleased to hear, I'm sure. So part of the reason that I don't feel that this is ready to go through is it's been mentioned about this being bold. For myself, I don't feel that this is being bold. I think we're reliant on 20th century ideas to resolve a very 21st century problem. Buses, yes, we need more improved buses. No one's going to argue with that. But it's not the solution to everything. There are so many reasons why cycling and buses are just not the answer. And I think unless we had a really comprehensive view of other things, including light rail and the like, that it's not bold. It's simply putting more rubber-wheeled buses on the roads instead of cars. Okay, they can hold more people, but I don't see that actually it's really an incentivisation for people that have got to travel a long way when they could sit on a rubber-wheeled vehicle and get to A to B in the comfort of their cars and everything else. And I think our lives have evolved. We've heard today about people's lifestyles having changed, and we have to reflect that in the way that we look forward, because if we want to actually resolve this problem of congestion and use of public transport, then we have to look at what the issues are today and how people go through things. And I think there's a real concern, which I share, that actually, although I'm sure those that support this are, I respect them and everything else, but I do fear that this isn't going to resolve the issue. In fact, the fact that we're talking about the money generated from it is proof that we know it won't work, because if it entirely works, we would have no money because everybody would be using public transport. The business model of this is that it will fail, and that's how we generate money. I think it will cause displacement of the problem. And I think what we shouldn't be doing, yes, we need to resolve the issue, but actually this will just make it somebody else's problem. And some of that is from the way that actually this has been designed in theory. So you've got things like Cambridge North and the access to that, a train station, public transport. We'll see displacement potentially to Waterbeach, Foxton. We'll see people that could use those main link roads that have for some reason been included. We'll see them going through small villages, which I have to say, from a farming background, when we have lots of cars taking those narrow roads at harvest time and they're confronted with combine harvesters and HGVs that are for the week. There is a lack of understanding, I believe, in rural life in these proposals, and the pressure that's going to be forced onto those narrow country lanes and the issues that that will cause as a consequence. I also think that we have completely ill-timed this consultation. I think at the moment, people's worries of cost of living, are genuinely fearful. And so then putting this out to consultation now, while they're already looking at rising costs, I do think will actually potentially affect the results that you might have had in normal times. What we don't want to be doing is having people worrying. The particular reference was made to parents and carers. I'm sure other Assembly members have received the emails from people that live on the outskirts and places like Grantchester that are caring for somebody, a relative, inside the congestion zone proposed or sustainable. I too can't get my head around the new word, so forgive me, Chair, on that. These are real concerns. These are people that are already giving up work in many respects. And I appreciate that there are exemptions, but I think that in itself becomes a can of worms. How do we manage it? Where do we draw the line? Someone will lose out on this. And the inclusion of Addenbrooke's, I think, is probably one of the most controversial points of this policy. I don't think it's necessary. We're looking at congestion in the city centre itself, and when you look at places like London, it is the core of London that has the congestion charge. It is not the entirety of London. And also in London, there is a lot of healthcare, medical provision outside of the congestion area. There's multiple hospitals, multiple surgeries. For us, Addenbrooke's is pretty much the only hospital. Now we've got Papworth there as well, and we've got future hospitals to come for the whole county. I know we have Hinchinbrooke, so that helps with Huntingdon, but places like from Ely and further out, Addenbrooke's is their destination. And I'd just like to give an example of somebody that would not be included in the exemptions proposed, Chair, which would have been myself when I was pregnant with my daughter. From 20 weeks of my pregnancy, I had to be monitored every single day and linked up to machines to check her movement. That's not as uncommon as you think. So every day I was going to and from Addenbrooke's. She was then born prematurely. Every day we had to go while she was in hospital. I have stood there and watched my daughter stop breathing, Chair. I have stood there and watched parents howl as their child has died in front of me. There are times when you just need to get there, sod the charge or not. But for many people, that experience is harrowing. I can visualise that little boy dying right now. It is awful. And to be charging people, to be going into seeing their children in that situation, and make no mistake, although the nurses and doctors are looking after your child, and they do a fantastic job, I have to say, premature children cannot tolerate on normally formula milk. They are solely reliant on breast milk. I've been able to get public transport to get my daughter the milk that she needed to survive. That's not one of the things that we've even looked at, is the transfer of milk. We look at blood and other things. It's not spoken about, and I know breastfeeding is something that's, I know is not everybody's comfortable with, but it's a real fact of life. You have to express milk every 2 hours. Public transport, post C-section, every day, day in, day out for me, would have been over 3 hours. It's just not possible. And I think that is not a unique situation that I was in for me. And there will be other examples of other things. And I do not feel I can support charging parents like I was going to see their children or any other relatives. I cannot explain to you enough how stressful, how already financially demanding that experience is. On average, a premature child will be £2,000 more expensive than if you have a standard birth. And I think for that, the inclusion of Addenbrooke's is really unacceptable in my view. And I would stress that if we are looking at this and consulting, we should take it out, and it should at least be referenced on the map, which it currently isn't in the packs that we are. So that is, I hope, gives a perspective of why I think it shouldn't be included, particularly at this moment in time. And I don't think it is innovative thinking, just putting more buses on the roads. I know we might have a guided bus and some greenways, but that's just recycling old ideas. It does feel that there's a desperation to resolve the problem, and I share that desperation. You know, none of us want to be sat in traffic, and nobody wants the environmental impacts that causes. But it feels like we're sort of scraping the barrel here, and residents do feel that they've been through consultations, and that at the moment, with everything else going on and prices going up, one resident said to me they feel shafted. And I can understand why they feel that way, Chair. Thank you for listening.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you. Heather, I've now got Katie.
Thank you for the presentation and the public questions. I think this is what I've learned from the series of consultations that have happened over the last few years has been encouraging, and particularly the results of the Citizens' Assembly in 2020 that were adopted by the board. I think this is taking those forward, and the next consultation will be very important, and listening from the outcome of that and ensuring fairness going forward will be paramount. At the last Citizens' Assembly, I was a bit concerned about our targets for fossil fuel reduction, and the IPCC reports setting out what is happening with the climate crisis are dire, and I didn't think that we would even be reaching the recommendations from that report of a 43% reduction by 2030. But if this consultation is accepted and this ambitious public transport with active travel is implemented, there is a possibility of a 50% reduction in car use by 2028, which would be really astonishing. And I think Cambridge would be leading the way in meeting some of these very high, important targets. But another target that we need to think about is not having to drive. And I think there's been reference to the car clubs, and it's important that I think car driving will always be a part of our lives going forwards, without a doubt. There will be absolutely times, as Councillor Williams reports, and taking children to university or help going to see a sick relative, short notice. Cars will be necessary. And I'm very interested to see how the car clubs can develop in the future with the use of technology. Will we be able to actually give up our cars, but be able to get an EV car club in a very convenient, easy way? And I think the technology may allow electric car club to be delivered to our door, to be used when necessary and then taken away. And that the development of car clubs is something I support. I also think it's going to be very important that the bus network integrates with the train system, the train timetables and the existing train stations and the new train stations, so that if you're on a train, you'll know when the bus is, when you arrive, and you can rely on that. And vice versa, if you take a bus to a train station, you know when the train is, and they're linked up. One of my questions is about we're talking about full implementation of the charge in about 6 years, in 2028. How does that fit in with the government's statements that there will be no new petrol and diesel cars for sale from 2030, and no new hybrids sold from 2035? And the government will recognise that vehicle excise duty will drop off a cliff. And what are they proposing to bring in, and how will the charging of car use from the government work in with what we might be proposing? Generally, I'm very supportive of the consultation going forward, and I hope that all of our residents and businesses will get involved in that consultation. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. That's the first question we've got to officers, which I will come back to. I have two more. So I'm going to ask Isabel to respond to that now, if that's okay. The question about the relationship between our proposals and the government's regulations on EVs and hybrids.
Yeah, so I think kind of the government set out a policy that there will be no new petrol diesel sales from 2030 and no new hybrid sales from 2035, which does have significant implications for kind of tax revenue into the exchequer, which obviously then goes on to support a wide range of kind of activities that the government undertakes. So as kind of that revenue reduces, the government is very much going to have to look at how to replace that. There's been discussions for some time about whether some form of kind of road pricing might be kind of a solution to that. There isn't a resolution yet to that discussion, but what we do know is that the government has said that where there are local schemes already in place, local areas will get to kind of continue to keep that revenue. If they're not, then there won't necessarily be a kind of transfer of revenue onwards. So in terms of kind of the timing of this, that's partly around, if there were in the future to be a proposal around kind of national road pricing, there would already be a local scheme, and that kind of money would be coming locally ahead of any kind of wider national scheme.
Thanks, Isabel. So I'm going to continue with the list of members. I've got Kristen Ann, Paul, and then Simon. Kristen Ann.
Thank you, Chair and Council and questioners. Firstly, in answer to your first question, Chair, I do feel that I'm newer to the Council as a lot like Helen, and so I read with interest all the previous consultations and background material that has gone into this and the papers that were referenced. And I do feel that what is here is an evolution of those and reflects the findings to date. And I really appreciated how it was being brought together into a package to be considered, the improvements in the buses, the allowing the modal shift, then how that gets funded. And I think, and there were some questions in the room, streets needs to come into it, and things we do need to think holistically about that. So that's why I welcome this as well. And I didn't, unfortunately, I don't think there's any silver bullets, and as I read through all the evidence and the work that has been done to date, I didn't see sort of alternatives that weren't being considered, or things that, alternatives that we were not putting forward that could also answer the challenges that we all know we face. So I am therefore do feel that it's an evolution, and I do think that we should consult on it. I respect, though, I look forward to the conversation on how we consult, and maybe even when we consult on it, so that's your next part of the conversation. I also do want to make a comment in relation to the inclusion of the hospital site, but emphasise that, again, there are multiple hospitals on that site now, including Addenbrooke's. I recognise the sensitivity of that, and people have made very good and strong points in the room. I do think, though, that we need to consult on it and seek further opinions and really understand the issues. There are two reasons I believe that. One, as is included in this paperwork or referenced in this paperwork, there has been a transport needs assessment for the CBC undertaken and refreshed recently, which shows a huge gap in the reduction in car journeys to the site, and that in order to meet sustainability targets, to be able to accommodate cars on site, we need to find ways to dramatically reduce car traffic to that site. And so if this is potentially one of the answers to that, I think we need to consider it and look into it further. Also, we have two groups of staff and patients that don't, either one group who don't currently have access to cars at the moment. I was sitting in A&E a couple of weeks ago at 10:30 at night, and there were two patients in that room who were trying to make the decision about, one, whether to stay for their appointment because they were going to miss the last bus back home and they hadn't yet been seen, and another one who'd partially been seen and was being recommended some tests, who again was saying, but if I stay and take those tests, then I'm going to miss the last bus back to my area. So the opportunity to improve public transport to the site is absolutely crucial for those who are currently reliant on the bus and public transport network. Secondly, we do know that the current parking charges on site, even for those who have cars, are prohibitive for many people, and therefore, again, as you'll see in the transport centre, you see people parking on the neighbouring streets and all around because they can't afford to park on the site, and therefore, again, and the proposals at the moment going through are to prevent them from doing that. So that's another group that can't currently afford to use their cars, for which we need to find an answer of how we get people to this site. So for that reason, respecting all the things that we do need to make sure that this doesn't become a barrier to accessing healthcare, I really take that point. I do think we need to understand how we are going to make sure that there is good, sustainable public transport to this site, and that we are able to reduce the number of car trips overall to the site.
Thank you, Christina. Paul.
Oh, that's better. Red is good.
That's good. Okay. Thank you. I'd just like to start with a point I think Councillor Williams brought up about Cambridge North, because that's something I've been thinking about, which is close to my own ward. And I think the point is here that what we want to do is create an integrated transport system. We want to ensure that there are the bus services available for people from, say, Cottenham and the villages in East Cambs to be able to use Cambridge North. At the moment, if you park at Cambridge North, it's going to cost you £8 to £9 a day. If there's a good bus service, you can use that bus service, it's going to cost you maybe £2 instead. You know, I think the point is that we want to make sure that there are those bus services and there's the funding for those bus services so that people have that integrated transport option. More generally, though, I noticed that on the 28th of July this year, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution recognising the right to clean, healthy and a sustainable environment as a human right. The vote was 161 in favour and 0 against, and the UN called on states, organisations, businesses and other stakeholders to scale up efforts to ensure a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. And I felt that was really talking to me particularly and talking to us. In Cambridge, we don't have clean, healthy and sustainable environment. As has been mentioned previously, air pollution is estimated to curtail the lives of 120, 140 people a year. Pedestrians and cyclists are killed or injured in road traffic accidents, and 45% of Cambridge's carbon emissions are from vehicles, and our total emissions are 25% higher than the national average, and we need to do something about that. These proposals will mean cleaner air, safer streets, and for those in their vehicles, they will benefit from reduced delays and cleaner air. In particular, the improved public transport will improve work, educational and social opportunities for those who can't drive or can't afford to drive. And I appreciate road charging is a fairly blunt instrument. It's going to be important that we identify those who are unduly affected by it. I know there have been comments here about why certain things should be in or out of the consultation. It's important that we understand those concerns and keep them in the consultation so that they can be addressed. If we don't hear about them, then we don't know about them. It's going to be important that we also engage with, in the consultation, with groups who maybe wouldn't normally engage with it, who we don't, you know, and so that the scheme can have the best outcomes for, disadvantaged and marginalised groups. So yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. Simon.
Thank you. I stood for election in May 2021. I stood for election again in May 22. The people on the doorstep in my ward said we should be doing more to address the climate emergency. And I pledged that I would do everything within my power to harness policy, strategy, budgets, whatever was available in front of me, to fulfil a pledge to do that on their behalf. So today, I'm going to answer the exam questions, Tim, directly, and say that this is a logical progression from all the previous consultations and the substantial body of technical work that's been undertaken. And I wish to thank those who've been involved in undertaking that work and given leadership for it, and also all members of the public that have contributed. And there were some very powerful presentations made today, and I'm very grateful to have been able to hear those. I think that what we need to do in the consultation, I might be straying into the next exam question, Tim, but I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to be very brief, which is I do think we need to be asking what happens if we do nothing here. I think we need to make reference to those Office of Budget Responsibility forecasts that's going to inevitably lead government to some form of road user charging and pricing. And the fact that we have, as a first mover, a unique opportunity to act now with the benefit of a substantial body of government money that very few other parts of this country have got the privilege to be able to use, and invest that money wisely and not forego it, because we'll never get the same opportunity again. We have to act now to deal with this climate crisis and the pollution and the emissions and the congestion in this city if we are to be able to move around, make the city function, as Christopher always reminds us that we have to do. But we also have to take, and I'm going to quote David Staunton, who said we have to take a whole system view. So when the monies that's referred to in paragraph 9.1 of the report, it's going to be about how we're going to allocate that money that we will have local democratic control over. And we need to be able to reassure people about the credibility that there will be this bus service delivered, and there will be maintenance of the footways and addressing the campaign, the cycle campaign, maintenance of the cycleways as well. So that we actually can convince the public that this is real, it can happen, it will be delivered, and the benefits will be amazing.
I've got Claire Daunton has indicated, so that would be a second contribution, Claire. I'm not hoping that everyone's going to have a second contribution, but please go ahead if it's a response to something else.
Very quick second contribution.
Yeah.
I've heard some good contributions about Adam Brooks, and we've heard from Isabel about reimbursements for regular attendance and other exemptions. But Adam Brooks isn't the only hospital that will be covered by this zone. Please don't forget Fulbourn Hospital, a very important hospital, and also I think we should be talking to the users of all hospitals, and obviously I will speak up for Fulbourn, and exploring with the users of hospitals how the facilities are used both for the patients and the staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Just like to add my interview to the sequence if I can. A point was made about timing of this. I believe that that's a two-edged sword, because a lot of people have criticised us actually for moving rather slowly on this. The sort of changes that would be envisaged by a scheme like this actually will only cut in about 5 years' time and more. that there is much, even in the context of talking about this in a cost of living crisis, which I think doesn't only point in one direction, but we are talking here about slashing the cost of using Park and Ride and other bus services, and we are talking about an extensively improved bus service, which, to my mind, gives a lot of people more hope of leaving a car that is more and more expensive to run at home and choosing to use public transport, which could be more practical. So I'm not sure that the timing point really counts against moving ahead with a consultation on this. On the question of Addenbrooke's, I think that as other members, it's obviously a sensitive issue. It can be emotionally engaged with, and I think we absolutely must acknowledge that and register that. But I do believe that other contributions have shown that there are two sides to this question, and if we are to come down on one side or another, we need to do so with the full evidence and input that could only come from a proper, thoroughgoing public consultation. And I don't think that limits our potential solution in the end on that subject. I also would echo some of the points that Simon made, that we have to be very careful about the assumptions that we make about the status quo. It's true that the car use did dip during the pandemic, but it's still substantially above the target that all parts of this assembly agreed was the right target in terms of car use in the city, and it is rising very fast. And so I think it does need to be registered that we aren't looking, I'm afraid, at a world that has self-corrected itself in terms of car use. It is still veering strongly away from us. The second is that population in our area will substantially grow over the next 20 years. And so whatever problems we're looking at now in terms of congestion and pollution and damage to public spaces and so forth, whatever that is today is going to look that much worse under the pressure of more people needing to move about in our area. It's also worth factoring in that whilst I think many of us believe we have a very poor bus service today, even that bus service is propped up by some government funding that is underlined as temporary and is threatened to go. And so even what we have today, there is an intervention from the area as we are discussing. And finally, the alternative to car journeys isn't today's bus service, because I hear people asking questions, which I quite understand how they arrive with those questions. How could I possibly not use my car because the bus service is so poor? But that is to understand only one part of the scheme that we've got here. The scheme is talking about a different nature of bus service, and one in which many of the faults of what's offered today can be corrected. And it's one of the examples of why a consultation is going to be really so important, to help us make sure that we do get the best out of the improvements that can be made, rather than to assume that the ones that have already been made are perfect. So for me, I do find the evolution from previous consultations to be logical, and I do think the consultation should go ahead. I have no assumptions about where we will land after that. I think there are going to be people for whom this is very difficult. I think there are going to be people who can see lots of benefits out of it, but the purpose of this consultation, as I think all consultations should be, but it's necessarily the case in this one, is that we are going to need the enrichment that the input is going to give us to know whether what is on the table is something we should go ahead with or whether it should be changed to make it better. So I would answer yes to my own questions. Isn't the way I framed them, but so what I'm going to suggest is now that we go on, because I haven't finished the subject yet, that we go on to the next tranche of the discussion, which was about the impacts of the proposals, thinking in particular of the equalities issues and exemptions and discounts and how all that responds. Simon?
Chair, are you going to propose a break at any particular point?
Yeah, well, if that's, yeah, I see some people nodding to that, so why don't we take 5 minutes only, because we're in striking distance of lunchtime, but 5 minutes now, yes. Back again, 12:05. Well, to restart them at the moment. So, are you going to do this?
Alistair's going to do it. Yeah. Apologies, Chair.
So, Alistair, you're going to introduce the section on our discussion on equalities and exemptions and discounts, etc.
Impacts, yeah.
Impacts, yes.
Yes,
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to move on a slide, please? Go back one. On your screen there, what we're showing here is the overall headline impacts of all the proposals together, the transform bus services, the sustainable transport measures, and the sustainable travel zone. And fundamentally, what we're showing on the slide is that these things, when we put them all together, they achieve what we're setting out to do. So they reduce the traffic and congestion and emissions. They fund, critically, the money needed to transform the bus network. They fund walking and cycling infrastructure. And they fund the wider measures. Some of the impacts are shown on the right-hand side of the slide. So a 50% reduction of car trips into the charging zone for public transport, 40% increase in public transport in the zone and in the wider South Cambridgeshire area, and a 30% increase across the travel to work area as a whole. But beyond buses, we're also seeing a significant increase in walking and cycling, so 30% in the charging zone. And in terms of greenhouse gases, 5% reduction. I should state that's across the whole area. So if we were to look at that for the zone itself, it'd be far higher. And it presents to zero emission buses and zero emission taxis. We're forecasting these level of changes because of how the nature of all the measures combining together. And I think it's, particularly for buses, it's really worth stressing that outside London, we've seen a trend of decline in public transport over the last 10 years. And a much longer term decline going back, apart from a sort of a short spike in the early noughties. And really, these impacts need to be emphasised that they are actually transformational. It's often a word which is overused, but they're massive compared to other schemes I've been involved over the last 25 years or more in working in transport, where often actually we can get a single figure percentage change in car use or single figure percentage growth in bus use. We're kind of pleased with that in those schemes. So I think this is just showing actually this is really quite a game changer in terms of how people might travel and the choices that they have. Really showing, I think, is if you have that way of funding public transport and delivering what is effectively a new public transport system, it really can make that difference and reverse that national trend. But it's not all about buses. We're showing also on here this big increase in active travel, walking and cycling. And I think that's important in terms of what it does in terms of the transport picture, but obviously there's much broader health benefits, and that increased activity of people also has really important benefits in terms of the pedestrian pound. There's a lot of research to show that increased activity by people within our local areas increase the spend, and that supports the high streets and again supports stronger local communities. And finally, beyond that, the space we're creating by changing this balance of cars and people, that also supports the ongoing and wider ambitions for placemaking and making our places more people-centric, such as in the City Council's Making Spaces for People supplementary planning document. Next slide, please. So to flag reliability, so often in transport we talk about journey time savings, but actually it's the unreliable nature of our networks at the moment that make it very difficult for everybody, driving cars, running buses, delivering freight, travelling for business, and of course travelling as individuals. And this is one of the hardest things to deal with. And one of the concepts that's been developed in transport is looking at actually planned time. So people having to build in, business have to build in large amounts of extra time just to guarantee they can get to where they need to, when they need to. So this through the city access proposals as a whole, what we're doing is we're giving that reliable network to people, giving that time back to individuals, giving that time back to businesses, freight, bus operators, business travellers. In terms of buses, that's particularly important. We know that a bad experience on a bus is what puts people off. It will get people who are using buses to stop using them, and that person who's using the bus for the first time, if it's a bad experience, are going to be reluctant to come back. So actually getting our buses to work will build that confidence, and with those wider improvements of the hours, the routes, the frequencies, the lower fares, that's going to shift that perception of the bus as a natural choice for many journeys and not, as many perceive it now, as second best choice. With the wider sustainable travel measures, such as car clubs and other things that have been picked up in the excellent discussion so far today, that starts to open up real choices for people beyond just their travel, in terms of how they could potentially save money on a third, second, or in some instances a first car, to actually have much bigger benefits in terms of their household situation and income. And particularly for younger people, which has been flagged, if you look at the generational changes, we can start to have young people growing up in an environment where they have travel habits and choices similar to people in places like London, where they may drive, but they don't necessarily need to own a car, because they have a wide range of choices to travel, and they have options for hire cars, car clubs, sharing cars with family when they do need to have the benefits of a car. So we can have future generations of that lifestyle of travel and connectivity they need, without, let's say, that hassle and cost associated. In terms of benefits and impact assessments, we have undertaken a lot of thorough work in terms of key areas of equalities impact, social distribution impact, air quality, noise and carbon, and health impacts. And these are really important in developing these proposals, and it's an iterative process, and they will continue to be developed and evolve alongside the consultation should it go ahead. What we do is we learn from those, we look how we can tweak and change the scheme to make it better. Overall, across these impact assessments, they're showing broadly positive or neutral impacts, depending on the specific technical aspects. Taking air quality, noise, carbon and health together, they're all telling broadly the same story. Because of this big change in traffic, this big reduction in cars, there's a significant benefit overall. And for air quality particularly, we're also now using the proposed charge levels to also lock in further benefits by incentivising buses, taxis, LGVs to shift their fuel propulsion to vehicles. And that allows us to fine-tune those for a positive benefit. We do flag, with any scheme of this nature, there could be small localised issues in terms of movements, rerouting, and obviously those could be looked at in more detail to mitigate and minimise. In terms of the EQIA, which is a very important consideration, obviously given the Qualities Act duty, that finds overall that the package should generate a number of benefits that will be shared by protected characteristic in low-income groups. These include improved accessibility, safety and journey quality for those using public transport or active travel, better access to services, employment, and particularly for those in low-income households, younger and older people, women and disabled people. So it identifies a benefit from decreasing pollution and lower traffic levels. Taking them together, the EQI and the social and distributional impacts, the proposals are considered to be broadly beneficial in terms of accident reduction, physical activity, affordability for low-income groups, improved security, and a range of complementary measures. These benefits were largely experienced by vulnerable groups, including children, women, and the elderly population again. However, the EQA draft report and in the report to this Joint Assembly does acknowledge and recognise there are still some potentially adverse impacts on groups. Public transport and the uncharged times of the sustainable travel zone offer some alternatives for those who need to make trips, as do the range of discounts, exemptions and reimbursements for those who need to travel during the hours of operation. However, as the report sets out, it's important we continue to explore these through the consultation in order to better understand these issues in more detail and to further mitigate and, where possible, minimise those adverse impacts. I think beyond mitigation, with a package of this scale and the funding stream it would give to the authorities, I think there's also a point to flag there's a real opportunity for positive actions, probably a bit with the equalities duty, which people don't necessarily focus on with the assessments. So as we explore through consultation, that ability to use this funding for sustainable transport measures to deliver positive actions could really enrich and strengthen the proposals. So to give just one example I've come across in the past is bespoke training for drivers, information for passengers, and wayfinding to and from bus stops for groups with learning difficulties. And just these relatively low cost but really impactful measures can be built in proposals as they get developed, and could really start to deliver positive actions as well. Slide, please. So overall, what we're showing with the proposals in the report to date is that they are delivering benefits across a significant range of objectives, including access to employment, education, services and leisure, and particularly for those on a low income or without access itself. They're really making a difference in terms of reductions of carbon emissions and improving air quality, and they're really improving health through greater levels of active travel as well. Particularly, they offer that stable and continued funding for affordable and attractive sustainable transport network in the future And that point is really fundamental, because actually that's what allows you to give that certainty that those services will be there next year, the year beyond, and the year beyond again. And through further engagement, we can really explore and understand some of those negative impacts and concerns that people legitimately do have, and thoroughly understand how we can develop and strengthen the mitigation through that consultation process.
Alistair? So I think maybe a lot of that part of the content of the report had kind of been already digested as part of the background for what you said in the last period of discussion. But are there any specific questions to Alistair based on what he just presented? Kristen and Heather.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Obviously, key in that is the 50% reduction in car traffic, which is provides the environmental benefits, the health benefits, and also frees up the network for reliability. Can you just say a little bit more about what gives us the confidence that the scheme that we've got in front of us will deliver that?
Thank you. So we use the region's traffic model. These are built based on guidance from government in terms of how we build them, how they predict changes based on a long history of looking at schemes and how people respond in terms of changes to their travel costs, improvement to public transport, etc. So it's a very thorough and complicated model that's been used to support funding bids to government. It gets crawled over by the analysts at DFT, and it's been built to all those, all the specification and parameters. So it's about as robust a modelling tool as we can use. I think we do openly recognise with a scheme of this kind of transformative nature. If it gets developed, we need to do kind of continued stress testing, upside, downsides, to make sure we're happy. But in terms of the tools we're using, you've got to, is good a traffic model as anyone's got anywhere in the country in terms of developing a business case, and it's the process and tools we use, and they're built on long history of evidence in terms of how people respond to changes in their travel costs. So we're as confident as we can be based on the tools and we've got available to us.
So Alistair, I've got Heather next.
Chair, this links to what I was saying earlier about displacement. So I'm aware that actually we're forecasting an increase in traffic in other areas from people not using direct routes. How much of your 50% reduction is people not using cars? How much is it of them just driving a different way? Thank you.
So overall, in the Cambridge and the South Cambridgeshire area, we are seeing reductions in overall trips and vehicle mileage in both those areas. So whilst the reduction within the zone is from people within the zone no longer driving, and as well as people driving in and out of the zone as well. So it comes from a combination of the two. But when we analyse the wider South Cambridgeshire area, it's not causing an increase in traffic in that area alongside it. It's actually, you're seeing an overall reduction, albeit smaller, in terms of vehicle trips and traffic. So as a package as a whole, because so many people are shifting to the bus and walking and cycling, it's actually causing an overall suppression in car trips in the area as a whole.
Quickly, yeah.
Thank you. So I think my question might be misunderstood. I'm talking about the modelling as opposed to, it seems what you're saying is at the moment we're seeing reductions in what have you, but the modelling going forward, because one of the appendices clearly says that we're looking to, that there'll be, I think, an 18 or 13% increase in traffic in South Cambridgeshire. So I'm sure both points are valid. It's how is this marrying up? I think Mr. Blake is poised, Chair, to give me an answer.
Peter, are you appointing yourself to answer this question, or do you want?
I'm going to start, Chair, and then when I go wrong, she might get this to where Alistair's going to put me right. So you're referring to a lot of data's gone out. One of the data maps is a sector-to-sector analysis, and what that does is that demonstrates how traffic is moving, for example, between South Cambridgeshire and into the city. And what that sector-to-sector analysis says, actually, there's an 18% impact in South Cambridgeshire. What it means, we probably, because this has been raised in another forum, and we're going to reflect how we've presented that. What it means is the traffic that was coming in from South Cambridgeshire into the city is going from South Cambridgeshire to South Cambridgeshire. So the traffic was already happening, it's just not going as far. And the relative impact of that is 18%. In terms of the South Cambridgeshire traffic volumes, the predicted volumes, as Alistair was saying, they come down. We think about 5%. We still want to sort of fine-tune all of these numbers. But traffic volumes come down across our area as a result of this package. But I accept that I think there's a presentational piece in that particular figure, and we've already undertaken to go away and review it. Okay, thank you. Katie.
I've got a few questions. You explained that initially the charging period would be rush hour in the morning, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. And that then in 2028, I think the full implementation of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. will come. Is it worth considering an interim measure where there may be a charging as well as the rush hour in the morning, rush hour in the evening, before the full implementation? I don't know if that's been considered or whether that might be part of the consultation. That's one question. Another question I've had from some residents is, should this all be go through, would there be at some point worth considering a different charging for large SUV cars? I don't know. They're increasing in number. They have high emissions, and that's been a question. So, is that possible? I've got another question. Going forward, I think Wendy Blythe did mention the city portrait, which should be, I think, being developed very soon. If the improved buses and public and the active travel go through, will there be assessments with information produced in a way that the city portrait can be reassessed so that the impacts, the improvements or not, there may be some disadvantages that we see going in the future if this is implemented, that we can actually review the city portraits and see how it impacts on environmental and social measures that we've got in this area. And my last one, is car sharing. You mentioned the car sharing and that or community cars, that they could be exempt. And I wondered if there's going to be a definition of what a car sharing scheme is, because Marmalade Lane, for example, when it was built, there were a car parking space for each 43 flats. 10 of the families have given up their cars to share 2, and then I think 3 electric cars. So they've got their own little community car scheme. Would there be a definition for what a community car is so that we can encourage as much as possible that people share cars rather than own cars?
I'm going to say, Katie, your first question, can we cover it in the next section? Because I think it's about phasing.
Okay.
And different ways of doing that. Alistair, are you okay to pick up the remainder of Katie's questions, which I think went to SUVs and then car sharing? Did I miss anything?
And assessment using city portrait.
And the city portrait issue.
I'll cover 2 of them, and Isabel's got to assist on the city portrait. So in terms of SUVs, in terms of how we recognise vehicles and deal with enforcement, particularly as well in charge levels, we're using the DVLA classifications, and there's not a classification for SUVs in themselves, so that would make it potentially challenging to do. There have been attempts elsewhere in the world, people looked at different emissions levels of vehicles, but then in terms of the easeability of understanding of we've looked at things such as different differential charges for vehicles, and I'll balance you with it. Whilst we can see some merits in it, it's difficult in practice to put in place. In terms of car sharing or car clubs or carpooling, there's a number of sort of bigger established schemes elsewhere in the country and indeed around the world, and generally the way that they work is the local authorities will have a set of criteria for if you want to use the car club bays for use. You have to be a registered car club, so you have an accredited scheme to register. Then obviously those vehicles could be included into charges in terms of the camera system. So there's ways which can be adopted from elsewhere in terms of sort of replicating and doing similar stuff in that space.
City portrait.
Well, yes, I think there's a lot of opportunity kind of between, this work and some of the wider work that the GCP's been doing around kind of looking at the kind of inclusive kind of aspect of our programme, the sustainability aspect of our programme, and how kind of we can look at the legacy that the city deal is going to leave, of which this kind of proposals here would form a key part if they go forward. So very much kind of keen to make sure we make the links between those two pieces of work and that we sort of use them to complement each other.
Thank you. Katie, hang on to that first part of your question. We'll come back to that in a few minutes. I have next Claire Daunton.
Thank you. This is a general question about the shift from car use to bus use. And I just wonder if we've factored in the change in culture that will be needed to what you can provide a very good bus service, you can provide integrated service, but how do we move people on from thinking from first car to first bus, train, bike or walking? In parts of the area covered by the consultation, it will be a significant shift, and I just wonder how you've thought through the change in culture.
Yes, I think we're flagging in the report the sustainable transport measures, and as part of the consultation and beyond, if it were to go forward, and actually the behaviour change work that we needed alongside infrastructure is really important. So working with employers, but things such as adult cycle training, and there's a whole range of things you can do to encourage that shift. And in terms of public transport, you can look at incentives in terms of getting people to try it out for initially for a week, a month, whatever as well. So I think it's recognised that it's not just about putting the service in place. You need that whole range of incentives in working with individuals so they can understand, plan their journeys and understand how it works. And I suppose it is also worth recognising that with the sustainable travel zone, as well as raising the funding, obviously it's giving that shift in terms of decision making, in terms of the journeys you make as well. So if you just improve public transport on its own, then people are less likely to be minded to shift to it if it's not part of the overall sort of balancing the costs and options for travel. That shift, but I don't think we underestimate the wider work needed to communicate, encourage, and get people to understand how it actually works for those people.
Thank you. Karen.
Thanks, Chair. The plans that we're talking about now are modelled on what we know today and what we think is the future, but are there plans to incorporate, it's quite a long lead time until the charging is anticipated to come in, and are there plans to actually collect real-world data in that period and then use that to potentially refine plans? And if so, are there specific checkpoints where you would consider revising charging plans based on that? For example, if there are the shifts or not that you anticipate happening by bringing in more public transport early on.
Yeah, thank you. So it's an initial proposition to establish, do we think this is something worth developing? So the next stage would be what we call an outline business case, then beyond that, a full business case. So in developing those, we'd look at what extra data we need to understand how things are changing, but also in terms of sort of government advice on business cases, particularly with sort of, we're probably in a more uncertain time in terms of predicting the future than we have been in the past. So it'd also be expected to develop a range of different scenario tests. So what if tests in terms of people live differently or travel differently in the future, to stress test a proposal and make sure they are indeed robust. So if it were to go forward to the next stage, that kind of level of analytical detail gets more complicated to really flag what you're doing, really. Stress test the package and make sure it is future-proof, and it will be necessary under a range of different conditions.
Jonathan? To say that at this point, this is the point in the day when your lunch break gets shorter. From now on, okay? We've got the rest of this section to discuss. The third section, any overarching points, lunch and restart at 1:30. So just to put everyone in mind of that. Annika.
Thank you, Chair. My question's just, you've got a whole table of proposed discounts and exemptions, and obviously a lot of process has gone into how those have been thought out. With regards to the reimbursement scheme, a lot of it is to do with whether the hospitals are included in the zones. You've noted specifically emergency service staff responding to an emergency service trips in a business vehicle. But what about people who are doing A&E visits and cannot, either because of the nature of the emergency, their obvious preference is to go by car? How will they be assisted in this, and will they be caught automatically by the £5 charge, and will there be an option for a reimbursement?
So we've based a lot of the work in terms of looking at other schemes. So I think if people have to carry specific equipment for their purpose, and those would fit into the reimbursement proposal as well into the NHS staff. So it's the NHS staff who have to carry. Is that what the point you're making?
Sorry, no, I'm talking about us as people using the service. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. Patients. So recently, for example, in the last couple of years, I've made numerous trips to A&E with my husband and both of my daughters. Some of them have been on the advice of 111. They've told me to go there. The only other option I have is to go to Ely, which is limited because it's a minor injuries unit, and they've told me to go to Addenbrooke's. I would have racked up numerous charges because I, at that point, need to get my child to the hospital. And I'm not going to be sitting there thinking about what is my sustainable option. So is that going to be, you've recognised others in emergency services. Are you also recognising patients in emergency services? Because at the moment, you're saying only clinically assessed, too weak, too ill, and I don't think it really catches that.
Yep,
Yes.
I think that's clear now.
Yeah, sorry, yes, I was going to say absolutely, if you're kind of accessing the hospital in emergency, the intention would not be to charge you.
Thank you. And then last one I have is Neil. That would be your second go, Heather. You're obviously not a big eater at lunchtime. Others may be. A short one. But first of all, Neil.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the GCP for the background work on this. I want to focus back on active travel. We have a lot of trouble getting decent data on especially injuries. People limp home and it doesn't leave a fingerprint. It's very, very important for the perception of safety. We not only want to support people doing active transport, but encourage more. Active travel is not isolated, but is part of health and community building, and I want to put a little plug for what we're doing on the county here. We are building a centre, active transport centre of excellence, and I look forward to the fruitful relationship that we have with the GCP. Thank you very much, Chair.
Very brief was my mission earlier, Chair.
Brief, yes, was what I said.
Would you consider including the transfer of breast milk from donors as well, in the same light that you would blood for your exemptions?
So I don't have any more people indicating that. I think that mainly was a sort of an information exchange. So I don't think there's anything really to sum up. But I would like then to go on to the final segment then. I think Peter's going to do that. And that is going to cover phasing, delivery, the consultation process, covering such things as the interim improvements in the bus service, fare reductions, and concerns about deliverability.
Thank you, Chair. So if we flip a slide, and I'm going to do this quite quickly. So what we're outlining in there, and this is theoretical based on a whole series of decisions and everything else, but if a decision was taken, say, mid-2023, then as part of that decision, we would be absolutely clear what the pre-implementation plan is, for a number of reasons. Some of these things take a while to do. Yeah. We need to give confidence. A number of you have raised this morning this bit about the confidence on the public transport. You know, we cannot sit here and say we can just, at a flick of a switch, improve public transport to the size and scale that we need. We can do some things really quite quickly, which is around fares. And so what we will be doing is mapping out what the expected key, the upshift in public transport is looking like, and then how that would sit alongside a potential introduction of a charge, whether we go peak time first, whether we do some vehicles first, whether we have a 2027 date. So as part of these considerations, we'll be putting that into the consultation so people get a clear feel for what their proposals look like. These things aren't going to happen tomorrow. Some things are going to happen up front because you've told us, and every time I go to the board, they say the same thing, the public transport improvements have to come up front. But, we're not going to do this on a wish and a prayer. We're going to have a very clear plan for when people can start to see and feel these improvements coming forward. Because we'll be consulting on that. We're not just consulting on a bit around a charge, we're consulting on the package, and then we will be committed to delivering that package. So this is going to form a key part of that. If we flick to the next slide. So again, improving confidence, making sure that we are, really demonstrating to people how that public transport offer is improved. We're moving from Greater Cambridgeshire buses to London buses type network. And we need to be outlining and giving real understanding of how that's going to happen. We need to be working hand in glove with the combined authority. And I think Neil mentioned earlier on about their work on linking with franchising, their aspirations there. Clearly that's their bag, but we want to be working hand in glove on that. Franchising does happen to form part of the London model, but that's fortunately for you as decision makers and not me as the mere officer, but as part of those considerations. But that real ramping up of understanding, I think, is going to be really important. So again, in terms of the next slide, so the consultation is going to cover that, because what we're going to have to do is to give that reassurance that this is thought through, that is deliverable, that the public transport is going to come first. Yes, that we are required to have a statutory consultation on the sustainable travel zone because that's what the law requires us to do. But we're also going to throw in the buses on top of that, the public transport improvements on top of that. And again, I would just echo the point that David Stoughton, he's gone, I think, earlier on about this whole system thing. It is the wayfinding, it is the real-time information, it is the click-on, click-off passes, it is the whole being able to, buy and use the app rather than having the app and the app not working. It's a whole system that we need to get right, and that needs to be part of it. And then, obviously, we're looking at the wider travel to work area. I recognise that us in this room are focusing on a certain geography. Certainly the bus improvements go much beyond that, and so we're going to need to make sure we absolutely have those connections right. One last slide, which I think you've seen before, I'm not going to talk through, but I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to go back to Katie for the deferred part of her earlier question.
I've also got a second question. My deferred part is it, there's the charging, I just must say the timeline diagram, Peter, was really helpful. Will it be possible to consider a late congestion charge as well as an early congestion charge before the full charge comes in? Is that worth considering? And I see that on page 38 of the document papers, it refers to a focus group that was being held for young people, disabled people, and people on low incomes. And can we be absolutely sure with the consultation that we will reach out to those people and actually make sure they're heard, or again go to the focus groups as well? Thank you.
So in terms of focus group, absolutely yes. In terms of the timelines, we are required to put out a timeline and then consult on it. And so if that then moves as a result of consultation, if people want to give views to say, oh, that's a bit soon, or can you push that back, or actually, why aren't you bringing forward that part of the bus improvements, that's what we would expect during that consultation.
Thank you. Heather?
Thank you. So I've got a few questions around the consultation, Chair. one of which I think we need to be really clear when we consult about who's responsible for which parts as well, because although the GCP is proposing this, it doesn't have the power to do it, and the governance arrangements, because obviously that falls back to county and how the decision-making process would work. That's one thing that's really, I think, not clear to people when they approach us. They don't understand quite understand who here understands local government with 6 tiers. It's ridiculous. So I think that would be really helpful so people know who is making what decisions and being transparent, and what remits we all have. The other thing is about accessible language. Now, when I look myself, I'm degree educated, which the majority of people looking at this won't be, and it's double Dutch half the time. I think, we need to really make sure that it is truly accessible language, and that we actually make it for people with different, people with dyslexia will view things differently, sight impairments, hearing. We need to make sure that it's really inclusive. So that's one thing that is a fear of mine that I think we need to get across. The other thing is that many people will have consultation fatigue. And what are we doing to make sure that actually, people don't go, oh, but I filled it in last time, so I would still count. We need to do something that really clear to people. This might be the 3rd consultation, but as has been said, it's been going for 5 or 6 years, that actually their views on this one counts. And I think that's really important. Also, I don't know if a plan B is being worked on, but sometimes in consultations, it's just almost like a Marmite question. Do you like it? Do you not? And I would hope that actually, we can see there's nearly 15,000 signatures on a petition. That's a significant sum. What would be good is for us to ask people what would get them out of their cars. What is the barrier? Because we're putting a solution in front of people with an assumption that it will work. But if we want modal shift, if we want people, as Councillor Daunton referred to change their ideology around transport, then I think we need to include from them in this what would actually help them get out of their cars. So yes, if we've got plan B, can we know it, Chair? And we need to reassure people, because people are very unconvinced, that it's very much seems that this is an idea that's being promoted and pushed, as opposed to us listening. I myself, I've always struggled of where we're at, actually, on that. It does feel like we're promoting a set way. So how will we give people reassurance? What commitments will we be making to how much we will listen to them? If more than 50% say no, will it be no? Or will we just carry on anyway? Because it's the only plan we've got. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Heather. I'm going to couple some of these now, so we'll come back to you in a minute, Heather. Claire Daunton.
Just first of all, before I ask my question, have a point of clarification on something that Isabel raised earlier. We're looking at a possible charge being brought in 2027, 2027, 2028. I seem to remember that a little earlier you mentioned that the government was thinking of bringing in road pricing, which a sort of national congestion charge in 2030. Is that correct? So we'd be bringing in the congestion charge here when the government was bringing in a congestion charge. Did I hear you correctly on that?
We'll come back to that in a moment. And Claire?
So can I ask that was just a point of clarification. So for Peter, I think in the consultation, I think it's going to be really important to show the importance of connectivity, buses, trains and bikes. And I think we had a question earlier on from Councillor Bearpark, I think, about Cambridge North, but we also ought to be thinking about connectivity to Cambridge South and Cambridge Central Station, where the connectivity between different modes of transport should be seamless, should be really important and should be seamless. I think it's really important to emphasise that seamless connectivity.
Thanks very much. Come back in a moment. Karen.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate there's some statutory questions that have to be asked as part of the consultation, but I do think it's absolutely imperative that it's framed in the overall vision of what is the aim is to achieve for the future of Cambridge and the transport and the environment that we live in. And I think there probably is a bit more work that needs to be done on that, because clearly people don't have confidence in what we have currently. And so we have how we help build that confidence in what we are trying to achieve. And I know that CamCycle also had some comments and suggestions on that front. Clearly there's some trade-offs that will need to be made to achieve that vision, and maybe this picks up on what was alluding to, understanding from people what are the trade-offs that they would be prepared to make to achieve that vision. And at the moment we've asked quite binary questions of people, and it would be good to understand a bit more about those trade-offs. I am also concerned that we're able to reach those people who currently don't have options, and I think I encourage the team to think really hard about how we can reach those people who don't have a voice, who will benefit most from these proposals that are being put forward. And just, I guess this is a question for the team again as well. My understanding is that there's been some criticism that these options aren't bold enough. My understanding is that bolder options aren't off the table here. These options that are on the table will provide solutions, hopefully more quickly, as some of these bolder options will have much longer lead times, require very significant investment. But I'd just like some assurances from the team that these don't completely rule out longer term bolder options as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So we had questions there from Heather, Claire Daunton and Karen. Peter, would you like to?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, welcome to our world. So these are the issues that we're trying to address in the consultation. So we absolutely have to be clear on decision making and responsibilities and timelines, and all of that you would expect. Clearly has to be accessible language on that. We've never been accused of hiding our light under the bushel before, but I do recognise that this seems to be a moment where we just need to put all of our efforts into sort of getting this information out, and we will do that in all the avenues, working with constituent partners, working with the local authorities and other groups and organisations. It will be qualitative and quantitative. So we're not going to repeat what we've already done, because that wouldn't be the logical progression that a number of you have sort of talked about this morning. But equally, it's not going to be a binary choice. So what we need to do is to make sure that we're bringing breadth to the questions, whereby the questioner can come back and say, well, I don't quite agree with this. I might agree with the majority of that, but I'm unsure about this. And we had a lot of questions this morning around the bus services. So we have to be able to cater for all of those detailed points, because otherwise we're not going to be able to change the network and get it absolutely right. And that's what we're aspiring to do. So that will be part of it. Connectivity is going to be a real key point, and sort of visualizations and things that we're working hard to make sure we get that right. It's going to be right. The visions, we've got to keep coming back to the drivers behind why we're doing this. So I think that's a really important point. And yeah, there are trade-offs. I think what we are trying to be clear, though, that there's a package here. It might be a slightly different elements of packages, but there's a package approach, because I think someone said it earlier on, there's no single answer to this, no silver bullet. You can't just do one thing, because we'd all have done it by now. There's a variety of things that have got to work in tandem, and they've got to be delivered over a period of time. And it may well be that they're bold enough, whilst we need to have a consultation that we can get our arms round. I don't think this is about ruling things out, but we do need to get a clear sense. Come back to Heather's point. People have got to get a clear sense of their views are taken into account on this particular issue, or these particular set of issues, and that's what we need to do. And the hard to reach groups, absolutely. Recognise that. Hopefully I've covered most of the points, Jim.
There's a question, Claire, about national.
That's the clever bit, so Isabel was going to do that.
Yeah, so the government has not said they will introduce national road pricing, but in 2030, you won't be able to buy a petrol or diesel car anymore. And so the amount of income that the Treasury gets from vehicle excise duty, etc., is going to decline enormously. And so they are looking at options for replacing that. One of those options is national road pricing. So that's kind of what the comment related to in terms of the time frame. So if they were to do it, they would probably have to be thinking about the timing of that, but very much kind of the point is that they have said if they do bring forward national road pricing, local schemes will still be able to kind of keep the income that they're generating, rather than if there is a national scheme, obviously that will go into the Treasury. So does that clarify it?
Peter?
Just governments have been looking at this. So this has been looked at by the Treasury for decades. So there isn't a cunning plan particular government's got. This is something we know that governments and officials are looking at.
It was just that my real question was about the sort of timing with the 2030, 2027, 28. So it could be that those two things came close together, if that's what they decided to do.
For me to decide which officer is better at answering the question.
Yeah, so it could be, but equally the details of how the relationship between local schemes and national schemes would need to be worked through. So, there are already local charging schemes, not just in London, but kind of Birmingham, Bristol, Bath, lots of other places. There would need to be a discussion about the relationship between kind of that, so that, they worked together.
And I guess one assumes that another option is that they simply recreate the vehicle registration charging for electric and hybrid cars. But I need to go onto the list back. Annika, Claire Ruskin and Neil.
Thank you. My comment, well, I've got a couple of them, but one of them is about the consultation process and how we need to have properly informed feedback. So as an outlier away from the city, if I want to plan a journey and I want to be able to give feedback on these proposals, how are you going to allow somebody to plan the new journey? For example, if it involves a few different stops, a few different places, how is that going to be fed to people so you can get the informed feedback? And how are you also going to ensure, I noticed from the previous feedback going through the papers, obviously I'm a new person on here, as the further you got out of the centre, the responses dropped dramatically. If this is going to be an entire Cambridgeshire kind of process and include all of that, how are you going to ensure that those on the outliers give as much of a response, or have the opportunity to give as much of a response as those who the zone is going to affect? And then I've got a couple of points just in relation to Addenbrooke specifically. For the consultation, could officers advise of the pros and cons of the inclusion of the Addenbrooke scheme within the zone? And also that make that clear in the consultation. And I would ask that the consultation ensure that the input into this specific issue is addressed in the way that the consultation is framed, because this Addenbrooke and the other healthcare services are obviously going to be an issue that I think should be raised specifically. And have there been conversations, or will there be conversations between the ICS, CCC and GCP with healthcare providers to ensure a decentralisation of healthcare so that everything isn't within a zone? And there are other opportunities for people to access healthcare outside of the zone.
Thanks, Annika. So officers could store up the answers to those points. Claire Ruskin.
I'll go quickly. I just would like to ask that we put the real-life considerations into the consultation, not just a yes-no on a charge. We've been consulting for 5 years on what would get people out of cars, and it is the perfect solution of free, cheap transport, reliable, etc. So I think we have done all of that already. We need to move on to the, are you aware that owning a car costs £1 a mile or some sort of thing? Parking costs £17 the last time I stayed a full day in the Grand Arcade. Would you prefer the fixed barriers that I would personally be allergic to and spoke against when the fixed barriers came up as opposed to a flexible charge? And everybody will have their own emotional story about why they want one thing or another. Everyone can sign a petition on the basis of that. My emotional story is slightly the opposite of Heather's. I had the very premature baby, etc., lots of visits. I had the second very rapid baby. The third one, I was stuck in traffic. It was 40 minutes from understanding that I was in labour to giving birth, and that 40 minutes was stuck in traffic.
Thanks, Claire. Neil?
Mine's, thank you, Chair, about connectivity, and I very much appreciated comments on apps and so that people can plan their new journeys and that sort of thing. Currently, you can go onto GPS and get reasonable information for driving, for public transport, that they are terrible for running routes, for cycling routes even, walking bits and pieces. Is it part of the GPS plan to add these in, especially public rights of way? This is a way to engage with a lot of the rural parts of the Greater Cambridge area and wider county as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. So Annika, Claire Ruskin and Neil could... who's taking...
I'll start. So clearly getting feedback from not just from the Greater Cambridge area is going to be incredibly important. So we're already briefing partner authorities on the potential for this to happen. We've worked with them in the past in terms of their distribution list, their contact points. Obviously we've got the county covering a larger environment around libraries and things like that. So it's looking at the variety of models to get this information out. It will be in paper, it will be online. We're coming up with interactive opportunities to pick up on the very point that you raise and get those feedbacks. So that is sort of quietly in the background in train, which will clearly be stopped if we don't go forward, but will be progressed if we do in terms of getting that right, because we do recognise there's a richness and it's beyond our environment. We take the point, I think the point was made earlier about making sure that the visualisations are important and take the point around the hospitals and in the zone. We are talking to the health authorities, as you would expect. We're talking to partners at the county council and social care and the like, and that's all going to feed into this process, which hopefully will give a richness to it, which I think members are suggesting is very much needed. Yeah, Claire, to note, I think the progression bit's really, really important. We need to be clear on the vision and the why and the what we've done, but it does need to feel like, you know, we've moved this forward and there are proposals here to be discussed, but it's the proposals how it moves on. And then Neil, I think we you know, in terms of apps, public rights of way, we need to work in that space as much as is deliverable in the consultation. We need to try and, it's the connectivity point I think was raised earlier on. I think if we came to implementation, there's quite a lot around apps, and that's not, I'm not suggesting that we do it, but there are other people who do lots of apps out there and feeding into that and building on their experience, you know, and encouraging them to take the lead. I know something that my former employer TfL did a lot of that with third parties. So I think it's something that absolutely needs to be part of any plan as we move forward. Hopefully that's helpful, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. So I've got Simon and Kristen Ann left. I also have some comments, and then I'm going to rule a line under Simon.
I won't try and keep you all from lunch too long. I think the first thing I'd like to re-emphasise is a point I think was made by Karen, which is about the voice for disadvantaged people. We do need to balance the asymmetric incentive for people to respond and the channels which they have available to them. It's easy to oppose the charge, as we know from the petition, but it's more difficult to support the benefits that come from this. I think particularly when there's not a great deal of credibility around at this point that something that Stagecoach can be transformed, you know, the services can be transformed in the way in which we envisage and hopefully will definitely deliver. And so I think we might not get we might not hear all the voices that we need to hear in response to this consultation. We have to think about that very, very carefully. On the phasing point, can I do phasing now? Yeah. So there's the proposal in 2026 to have the peak time 7 till 10. My question is, why not also 4 to 7, because that's also a peak time. and then to move to 2027, 7 to 7. Is there going to be a review after 2026, or towards the end of 2026, to look at what's happened and therefore to justify whether or not to move from A to B? You know, in other words, from the peak time charging through to the full-time charging, the criteria that will be used to justify that. Because as it's presented, it could appear to be a fait accompli without any sort of reflection on what's happening and what the benefits would be of moving on to the full charge. And then a minor point that comes back to this issue about looking and understanding the position of people who are disadvantaged and do not have access to online technology by laptop or phone. Indeed, there does need to be payment arrangements for people in person and by post. And there's a large number of people who will be affected by that. That's all, Chair. Thank you very much.
Simon, Kristen Ann. Yep, go.
Thank you. I was reflecting on the richness of the input in terms of how the consultation is conducted, both in terms of making sure it reaches a right geographic aspect, reaches the different constituents who would benefit. Questions are phased in a way that are not binary choices. The consultation gets across the vision and provides some sense of confidence in the deliverability. My question therefore is, what's the process for that consultation being designed and getting out there and taking into account this input and making sure we've done lots of consultations, some of them have been criticised in the past for the way the choices have been delivered. How is this consultation feels very important. What's the sort of process to make sure we have a very good consultation on this?
Okay, thanks, Kristen Ann. Actually, that fits really well with one of the points I was going to make. Before I get to that, though, I think there is a particularly important element that needs to be within the consultation. I think that there does need to be the capability to allow people to look at their personal journey and match that against the offer that is being made through the transport bus improvements, because it's a little impermeable without that. And so I think people are going to need to be able to say that I want to get from here to here, maybe stopping here, to understand whether what they want to do is something that is going to be catered or not. And I think that is key to us getting really focused feedback on where there is a mismatch between the bus improvement proposals and what people need to be able not to use their car. And I just would like to understand whether we will have that tool as part of the consultation process and the ability to capture people's feedback on the shortfall. Particularly relating to what Kristen Ann said, I think some of us on local authorities are familiar when we're in the process of preparing a local plan, that there is a specific statement of consultation that goes with what is proposed as a local plan, and that actually outlines what the consultation will consist of. And I think there is, the right noises are being made in this report, but I think it would be appropriate that that gets presented in more focused form when this goes to the board. I'm not trying to put a spanner in the works, but I do believe that the actual process and what is the substance of the consultation is more than an ancillary matter on a subject which is obviously complex and controversial. And I think we do need to know that our board has looked into it just a little bit more than is in this report, which I think that's the point that marries up with what Kristen Ann was saying. Peter, I don't know if you'd like to come back, or Isabel, on those last 3 points, and then that's the finish.
Yes, Chair. I mean, I think disadvantaged people we've touched on before. So phasing, why morning and not afternoon? It was just part of a transition. And so that was the reason. Will there be a review? When we said, when the county council takes a decision, if the county council takes a decision, it will be absolutely clear, it will need to be clear, what is getting introduced when. There can be processes of review then built into that, but the reviews will move away from what is agreed at that point. So a process of review absolutely will be required based on the evidence that we if you take this forward in terms of bus use and if you introduce, clearly there would be a period of review. But when a charging authority takes a decision, it says these are the dates, this is what it's going to look like, and we might review and then change our minds, but it needs to be absolutely clear. It comes back to the transparency point. Everybody needs to be clear exactly what they're doing. In terms of non-online, we are not going to do this ourselves. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to be working with local partners, council tax authorities do an awful lot of this terribly effectively. So we're going to be working with them in terms of that. Process around the consultation, Krishna. I mean, that's why we have our working groups. So that's something that we will be taking through the working groups and taking forward. But I do believe that we've just taken an action around the statement of consultation for the board, and we'll take that away and we'll progress that for the board paper.
Very much.
So I think there was one specific thing around whether we'll be able to look at people's journeys that you raised, Chair. So, sorry, there is a commitment. I'm looking over to my left that we are going to have an interactive map that will enable people to do exactly that. It's not easy, but that is our aspiration, so that we are able to provide that as part of the consultation. And just to add, I think, as well as working groups, there are some legal requirements that we will need to fulfil as part of the consultation. So there is a wide body of input going into this survey, which we probably also have to try to keep short so that people fill it out. So you've also set us a challenge around that as well, which we will try and rise to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. It's part of the reason why I think it needs to be this focused report, which brings all of the pieces of the consultation and the objectives of it into one place. So I think we need to finish this debate on this agenda item. I mean, I think it's been a very useful discussion, starting with the public questions, members, partner authorities, and members of the Assembly, because it has actually highlighted through the concerns and the aspirations that the various things that need to be captured in a consultation process if it's going to be seen to be valid by all that participate in it. And so I think I would ask officers to take away a good hearing and reflection on the breadth of opinions and match up what is proposed in the consultation to people's ability to surface those and get those points fully evaluated. And I include in that the Addenbrooke's issue that has been mentioned several times as well. I do think, however, that going back to the beginning to say it again, that there is a clear consensus from the Assembly that the scheme that has been designed in draft form does build on the successive exercises in public consultation and input that we've had to date. It does not come from nowhere. And that we should go forward to a consultation based on that. And that people have said all around the room that a consultation means that we may hear things that we don't know at this moment. We may hear things that we don't agree with at this moment. And the future of this scheme is in the hands of that input that we get back. We may need to change it, or we may need even to consider not to. So far, I think it satisfies our collective view that this is a logical next step to take it, to hear back what people want to say to us. So I'm going to finish the debate on this item now. We were supposed to reconvene at 1:30, but that was the earliest that we were supposed to reconvene, was 1:30. I'm going to suggest that we make that 1:45 to make that a respectable break. And I would say at this point that we, rather than introduce it at a late hour, that we have to be out of this room at 5 o'clock, right? So, got a few agenda items to come. Thank you everyone who's participated on this subject. See some gaps. Assume they've. No, Alex had to leave early, so. Missing Helen. Helen's there. Jolly good. Fine. So this is the reconvened second part of the Assembly meeting. We've got to agenda item 7. We've got several others to go after that. We need to be out of this room by 5. On the other hand, if we manage to do it before 5, I'm sure we all have other business to get to. So don't feel the obligation to use it all up. Next item, item 7, is Better Public Transport Camborne to Cambridge project. And just to explain the sequence here, there are a number of public questions which I intend to go to first, asking for an officer response to those, then inviting the officer presentation, and then having a single assembly debate. Talk about what that's focused on when we've got through the public questions and the officer presentation. So, the questions. Going to invite the following individuals to ask their questions in sequence, and it's worth giving the sequence so that everyone knows it. Simon Webb on Teams, Carolyn Postgate in the room, also asking for someone else. Alan Treaty, welcome. You're asking your own question. You're asking James Littlewood's question. Marilyn's question. And David Cairns' question being asked by Terry Spencer. Okay, so you're all. Gabriel Fox joining via Teams. Yes, I see his logo on the screen. Excellent, so let's start. Simon Webb on behalf of Martin Grant Holmes, joining on Teams. Could we have your question, please, Simon?
Yes, certainly. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you first for the opportunity to ask a question. Martin Grant Holmes supports the principle of C2C. They wish to see a resilient, financially viable transport system that improves accessibility for all and reduces carbon emissions. The GCP has produced an extensive evidence base to inform its decisions on C2C. This evidence base should be followed. The justification for the proposed travel hub and 2,000 space car park and park and ride facility at Scotland Farm is flawed. Martin Grant Holmes has made consistent representations over a number of years to which they have had no written response. The GCP's own studies show that Scotland Farm is not the most favourable location. The consequence of their flawed two-stage assessment is that Scotland Farm, with a multi-assessment criteria score of 0.49, was preferred to a site at North Camborne with a corresponding score of 0.58. Using GCP's own rankings, a North Camborne site is 18% better than GCP's preferred location. A site at North Camborne is well related to the existing settlement, well related to future development and infrastructure provision, not remote, not located on the green belt, and was the highest ranked location using GCP's own assessment criteria. Martin Grant Holmes submitted representations to the Better Bus Journeys consultation in 2017-2018 based on work undertaken by WSP, the very same consultant that is now advising GCP. That work concluded that the process was, and I quote, fundamentally flawed, and that a North Camborne location should be reinstated. It is somewhat surprising that WSP can now hold such contradictory views. More recent representations submitted by Martin Grant Holmes in July 2022, based on work undertaken by iTransport following a meeting with GCP officers, again demonstrated that GCP's decision process making is flawed. Our question is very simple. On what basis is the GCP pursuing their main travel hub at a location that their own work shows is inferior, less resilient and less sustainable than a location at North Camborne. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Could you just clarify, is that a question connected in some way to the environmental impact assessment?
Yes, it is, because that proposes the travel hub at Scotland Farm. So yes, it's in relation to the consultation document.
It will come back to that question with the response shortly. Now going to Carolyn Postgate.
On 78 and 79 of the agenda pack, paragraph 5 sets out C2C's alignment with City Deal objectives, including removing a barrier to new homes and jobs, providing better, greener transport, unlocking Bourne Airfield site for development, continuing the economic success of the area, improving access and connectivity, improving air quality, reducing carbon emissions, addressing social inequalities, and improving journeys to and from employment. Every single one of these objectives is satisfied by an on-road solution for the section of the C2C route from Madingley Mulch to Cambridge City. Keeping electric buses on Madingley Road ensures greater connectivity to areas of high employment, such as Cambridge Biomedical Campus, the university's West Cambridge site, and meets carbon emission targets at a fraction of the cost of an on-road route, an off-road route, beg your pardon. Why then is the GCP still considering forging ahead with a tarmac road which renders productive farmland unfarmable, destroys irreplaceable orchard trees, and blights the Cambridge Green Belt at a cost of upwards of £200 million, when a viable alternative on-road route exists?
Thank you very much. And then I think you're going on to ask a question on behalf of Deborah Whitten-Spriggs.
That's correct, yes.
Would you like to do that?
This is Deborah's question. You have specified various measures that will enable the scheme to achieve a minimum of 10% biodiversity net gain. But that calculation is only valid within the context of adhering to the principles of the industry standard tool, the mitigation hierarchy. The overarching principle of the mitigation hierarchy is that, first, everything possible must be done to avoid impacts on biodiversity. In the case of C2C, an on-road option is possible and cheaper and would avoid tarmacking over greenbelt land, wildlife corridors, a city wildlife site, and a traditional orchard which is a designated priority habitat. Given that avoidance is entirely possible, how can you claim to be adhering to the mitigation hierarchy or claim any biodiversity net gains?
Thank you. The next question is going to be asked by Alan Treacy, on behalf of himself and James Littlewood, if I understand correctly.
As always, you are correct, Chair. On behalf of James Littlewood and myself, when this scheme was discussed by the GCP executive in July 21, they noted that the independent auditor said that the environmental impact of the scheme is mixed. He went on to say that the validity of the assumptions will need further investigation as part of the EIA that is yet to be conducted for the scheme. I, James Littlewood, was present at that meeting, and the executive were all very clear that they wanted the EIA to be undertaken so that they could understand the impacts of the scheme before they decided whether it should proceed. The report that has been submitted to the Assembly makes clear that the EIA is still underway and that surveys are still being carried out. For example, paragraph 252 states, in advance of the full assessment findings, the likely significant effects of the scheme are yet to be determined. There is almost no information provided in the officer reports regarding the significance of the impacts of the scheme and how such impacts are to be avoided or mitigated. This report is mostly about the EIA consultation, and therefore it is clearly premature for the Assembly and Board to be making a decision to proceed to the next stage without knowing what the significant impacts will be. We do not understand why are you being asked to discuss this now rather than in November, when it is likely that such information would be available. A report in November would not hold up the progression of the scheme in any way. Please will you request that a report comes back to you in November, which includes information about the significant impacts of the scheme and the plans to avoid and mitigate them.
Thank you very much. And I think you now go on to ask a further question on behalf of Marilyn Treacy.
That's correct. Thank you. Confidence in the GCP is at an all-time low in Coton, not only because of the environmental destruction that results from the off-road route, but because the facts are being misrepresented. The EIA consultation brochure describes the off-road route as north of Coton. It isn't north of Coton where it crosses Cambridge Road in the village. This misrepresentation of the facts was put to Joe Baker at a village meeting. He would not accept it and added in response to the next question that the GCP could put the route down the middle of the high street if they wanted to. In your position as chair of the GCP, you may not witness these behaviours from the officers, but residents do. We were dismayed to see that Coton Parish Council and Coton Busway Action Group's input into the consultation has been misrepresented in the WSP report, version Public Report 2.5. I pointed this out to our councillor on 29th last month. He approached GCP to be informed that the relevant PC points were included incorrectly in the Coton Orchard section. This has now been corrected and a new version issued. Comments made by the Coton Busway Action Group and Coton Loves Pollinators were also altered, but remain incorrect, attributing some wrong comments to wrong groups. The explanation given to the councillor was therefore incorrect. There is a note on the County Council site saying the summary of stakeholder views was incomplete. This is a misrepresentation of fact. It is not just omissions, it is editing. It is unclear if these errors are a result of incompetence or deliberate editing, but it is disappointing that the GCP is presenting incorrect information and differing explanations. My question to you, Chair, is how can you have confidence in the factual material that you are being presented with in this EIA report? Should it not be withdrawn? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treacy. And now we have a question from David Cairns, which is going to be asked by Terry Spencer.
Thank you. The Joint Assembly has two important items on the September agenda. These are the C2C busway and the future bus concept and charge zone. Now, the purpose of the busway is to provide regular bus services from Camborne, and the current proposal is to build an off-road busway to avoid traffic congestion. This would be due to begin operations sometime in 2025 and may cost around £200 million. The bus concept and charge zone will begin introducing extra bus services from 2023-24. The charge zone will lead to a 50% reduction in car trip, excuse me, according to page 52 of the Assembly papers. GCP Joint Assembly give an assurance that it will review both the journey times of the new bus services and the reduction of traffic congestion into Cambridge with the new charging zone before irrevocably committing to spending £200 million on a busway that may not be needed?
Thank you. And then the final question is from Gabriel Fox, who's on Teams. Mr. Fox, are you there?
Hello, hopefully you can see me and hear me.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My question relates to the section in the agenda papers on page 74 in which GCP comments provides a response to comments in the audit report on short-term bus priority measures on the A1303 Madingley Hill. The data have recently been obtained from the combined authority on the running of the existing City 4 bus service running between Camborne and Cambridge. And what those data show are actually what I think a lot of residents are already aware of, which is that that service is now running freely at all times, including morning and evening rush hours, including during school term. Essentially, the congestion on the A1303 between Madingley March roundabout and the West Cambridge site over the M11 has disappeared, we assume, as a post-COVID effect. The journey times that are shown by these real-time data from the buses are Camborne to the city centre on average 28 minutes, and that includes 21 bus stops. And if you take out the time stopping at those bus stops, it's about 24 minutes. It's pretty much the same in the peak period, 7 to 9 a.m. It's pretty much the same for outbound journey times. And perhaps more significantly, the journey time down Madingley Hill from Madingley March roundabout to the J.J. Thompson Avenue turn is now down to about 5 or 6 minutes. And again, does not vary significantly through rush hour, either inbound or outbound. And perhaps even more significantly than that, these timings are not significantly different, in fact, marginally better than what has been proposed by GCP as the journey time for their proposed off-road busway scheme that bypasses Madingley Hill. So my question is, essentially, given that congestion on that road was the fundamental reason for developing the bus-only scheme as it bypasses Madingley Hill, in other words, from Madingley March roundabout down over a new bridge on the M11 and past the West Cambridge site. And given that there is no evidence at all at the moment that building new homes west of Cambridge is going to generate traffic that will actually bring congestion back onto that road in the post-COVID era, what can the possible justification be for spending £200 million of taxpayers' money, not to mention the destruction of the sensitive greenbelt landscape, to implement that section of off-road busway? Why would bus lane infrastructure, wherever it's feasible on the existing roads, not be a perfectly adequate and perfectly future-proofed solution given post-COVID commuting needs? And if the answer does relate to future transport needs or uncertainty, could we please see data to support the implementation of an off-road route and the expenditure of such a lot of taxpayers' money? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last of the public questions. So I'd now like to ask Peter to respond to those, please.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the question from Simon Webb, during the initial assessment of locations, a site north of Camborne did indeed score well, but there were other equally well-performing sites. Further analysis demonstrated the requirement to have the Park and Ride site closer to the city. Camborne location is additionally 3 miles away, which plays into the bus operating costs and the cost of the Park and Ride provision. That process informed the outline business case, which concluded that Scotland Farm was the preferred location, and as you're aware, the outline business case was independently audited in 2021. And then just on a point of detail, it's actually not correct that no written response has been provided. I have written to Martin Grant Holmes and received an acknowledgement. In terms of the question from Carolyn Postgate, the case for an off-road solution, including the outcome of the assessment of on-road alternatives was addressed in the outline business case. This was subsequently reviewed independently in 2021 and then approved by the Executive Board later that year. Turning to the question that was asked on behalf of Deborah Whitten-Spriggs, again, the outline business case sets out the justification for the scheme. It was independently audited. An on-road option that delivers the benefits of an off-road scheme cannot be achieved. Significant greenbelt implications and significant environmental implications. In terms of the combined question from Alan Treacy and James Littlewood, so the EIA is a complex technical document that will be submitted as part of the planning application to government, which is what we'll cover in the report. It will be scrutinised in detail. It will be presented to the public inquiry, and the opportunity will then for it to be reviewed. It's largely complete, but there's some final data that we are still in the process of collecting. The board paper provides a resume of the significant impacts of that, and importantly, whilst the ecological sensitivity of Coton Orchard, as well as the risk presented of Bostable bats, are issues which will require further work as the scheme progresses. There are no emerging issues that the application to government, which is all it is at this stage, should not proceed. In line with other GCP schemes, the Executive Board will not be asked to approve the EIA, but rather to agree for it to be submitted and considered by government. In terms of the question that was asked on behalf of Dr. Marilyn Treacy, there was a number of small drafting errors in the Précis responses. When that was brought to our attention, they were promptly rectified. The full responses have always been available on our website and are still available to read. In terms of the question from David Kearns, I suppose just a point of clarity, page 52 of the paper says there will be a 50% reduction in car use within the charging zone. So it doesn't go as far out as the wider parts of the Camborne and Cambridge scheme. Nevertheless, in line with Her Majesty's Treasury and DFT guidance, we will be bringing back a full business case for consideration by the Assembly and the Board, which will include any updated information before making any final decision on the scheme. In terms of... I've jumped, apologies. In terms of the question from Gabriel Fox, so the outline business case sets out the justification for the scheme, and the scheme is intended to address not just current traffic on the route, but also planned housing and employment, particularly as part of the local plan process, the Bourne development. Traffic levels continue to return to normal levels, with the private car returning at a faster rate than public transport. Nevertheless, we will continue to review and monitor traffic levels, and that will be presented in the full business case back to the Assembly and Board before any final decisions are made. I hope I've answered.
Thank you, Peter. And members can come back to any of those in the discussion. So I'm then going to ask you to present the report, please.
Chair. So just briefly, why the report, why now? So figure 2 on page 66 just outlines where we are in the process. Pardon me. So the report is ultimately about seeking approval to submit the planning application to government, to provide all of the information that has been garnered in this scheme development over a number of years, outline business case, environmental information, and present that to the Secretary of State, who will require, or 99.9% likely require a examination in public, and present it to them. This report covers the headlines from the environmental assessment, which are outlined in paragraphs 2.1 to 2.52. They outline the key themes that we followed. We've also included the response to the audit that you members may recall from previous considerations of this report in para 2.3. And then I think particularly around para 4 and the options and emerging recommendations, we are suggesting that we make 4 changes to the previously agreed route. as a result of the consultation and the feedback that we've had. So they're outlined in para 4.3. The first bullet point is to realign, a marginal realignment to avoid the waterworks site, and that's as a result of a local stakeholder in terms of issues regarding ecological value of the site, and so we are suggesting that is accommodated. The second bullet point, which was in terms of the consultation itself, was the sort of largest feedback item, was the area around Hardwick, which I know we've discussed previously. We were previously looking at an area of trees between Old St Neots Road and the A428. We put it out because the situation with the combined authority had changed in the requirements for full segregation in terms of the Local Transport Act, Local Transport Plan document had changed, so we were able to give an option and an alternative. So either use the area with the trees or use St Neots Road, but we would need some sort of local modal filter to manage traffic. And I think it's important to suggest not to manage traffic at that location now, but when the planned growth of Bourne and Cambourne, that will place far more traffic in that area. So the suggestion that's in front of you now is to say, actually, we won't build on the area of trees. Actually, we've already agreed, the members may recall, to a sound barrier in that location anyway, and actually we would look to enhance that, the tree environment. Instead, we would use the on-road solution because we believe it delivers large parts of the benefits that we require, using some form of modal filter. We've had a lot of discussions with the local community, local parish council, who are concerned about any sort of restrictions. So I think much building on the experience both we and the county council have had with the experimental traffic regulation orders, about seeing how flexible we can be on local access arrangements and use by local residents through that modal filter to make sure that access is maintained as far as possible. But also we have a way of making sure that when Bourne, or particularly West Cambourne, builds out, that we don't constrain that. So the suggestion is to move from the vegetated area to on-road. Bullet point 3, there's a bridle way we think we could make better connections with. So requesting to do that. And then previously we'd undertaken to include a non-motorised user connection in the Dry Drayton area. We put that out to consultation. Views were mixed. They were mixed largely on alignment issues. That poses a number of issues in terms of the planning application to government. The lawyers' view is we're stretching that planning application too far. So what we're saying is we would take this out of the C2C scheme, but we would commit, working with the parish council based on the feedback we've had, to work on that local solution through whether it's a local planning matter, or we take it through the appropriate body. So they're the 4 changes, Chair. I've spoken for a long time, so maybe I'll stop there and then try and answer any questions. Thank you.
Very much, Peter. So we now move to discuss the report. As I read it, the essence of this is the consultation on the EIA and the responses to it, which are the thing which are necessary to do before moving to this submission of the Transport and Works Act order, because that would leave us with a final scheme and alignment. So the focus, I think, should be on that in relation to those 4 changes that are proposed and envisaged in the report. So could I see members who wish to comment on this, please? Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I think Peter touched on it. It was around the bus gate, the change from off-road to on-road in Hardwick, and the proposals for a bus gate. Just trying to understand the process by which you're going to decide whether that is necessary or not. I suppose my experience of that road is it's quite a lightly used road, because parallel to it is the dual carriageway. Yeah, I understand that there will be exemptions for residents, but obviously their visitors will be affected by it potentially. What's the process that you'll go through to decide what that will be, whether it will be implemented? Just in a bit more detail, if you could.
So I think we need to agree the principle of using the on-road as part of the wider application to government. I think we then take an action that comes, whether you recommend to the board or whether the board then captures the action, that we will work on exactly what the details are of those, that modal filter, those exemptions, how it will be managed, how it will be introduced. And again, particularly with this forward look, it's not the traffic levels now. It's that if we roll forward 5-7 years and the local plan builds out, if we're not careful, we're going to get, what we've talked about this morning is buses caught up in general traffic. But I think we can do that work in tandem so that before it finally comes back to you and then to the board, we will have said exactly, this is exactly how, say very similar to the sort of traffic regulation order process we did as part of the pandemic. We're absolutely clear what the restrictions are, how it's going to be managed, like with camera technology, and so everybody's clear what those opportunities or what that will look like before any final decisions are made. So that's how we would plan to take it forward.
Thank you. Katie.
So I've got three questions, but two may not be relevant after what the chair said about the EIA. One was about East-West Rail. The other was about the definition of park and rides and whether they could be more than just parking and rides. And my last one, which I think is relevant, is when the EIA comes through in detail, that would inform the final, the way the whole of the design is put together for the application, I believe. So will we also have a nature recovery network for this area that's being developed. Will the final implications and the decisions about net biodiversity gain come back to us to look at, or will, because there undoubtedly would be options on how to provide net biodiversity gain, and I'm very interested in that. So it's just, it's more about the procedure going forward and the information we've got on environmental impact now.
Sorry. Taking those three things in order, and I'll tell you what I know about East-West Rail, and then I'm happy to share, which is not a lot. I mean, clearly some statements have been made recently by politicians as to whether it's viable or not. We seek regular contact with them. We've not heard anything substantive since the response to the consultation. We've actually been holding conversations quite recently with the Department of Transport rather than East-West Rail. And I think it's fair to say that there's a lot going on at a national level at the moment, and they're going to take some time to review what the next steps are. You might recall that when the board took its decision on that link at the end, we took a decision to deliberately go on road at minimal cost with a view to hooking into wherever a East-West Rail station, if it happens, might come in. So we've still got that flexibility at the end of the scheme. But so that's my latest understanding on East-West Rail. Park and ride, probably that's my sort of short terminology. We have for a number of years been trying to move park and ride to be fully functional hubs. So we've been doing that in terms of we're putting more cycle storage in, secure cycle storage in. We're making sure we get the links in with the greenways and other local facilities where possible. So that's exactly how we would see that facility working. It's one of the reasons why, going back to the changes in the scheme, we had that arrangement with council, because we want to make sure that maybe local residents don't actually have to drive there. They could cycle there, or they could come in other ways. So we really want to make the most of park and ride. they say something, probably it's me getting rather old in the tooth in terms of it's just a terminology thing. I think we're very much looking at a multifunctional sort of interchange. Biodiversity net gain, we are trying to do this in two ways. So we've got a commitment of 10%, aspiration of 20% across the programme. And the easy way of doing it, if I had put my engineering hat on, I sit here with one programme and I just work out how to get to 11%. Ticks all the boxes, but in terms of you take a step back and say, well, what does that really deliver for our communities? How are we making sure we've got the connections with or our local partners? So there's a separate conversation going on to say, actually, might we want to do something very different in biodiversity net gain? Maybe in one large area, so a very impactful scheme. I am confident that that's where we're going to end. So we're going to be able to do something very impactful, whereby, because of the obligations that we've set, that you've set on us, that we will be investing significantly with local partners, quite probably through local partners. You know, the city council, the county council do a lot of this stuff, and the district council, we shouldn't be reinventing the wheel, whereby we invest through them to deliver that. So those conversations, and I think at some point it may well be we want to bring a separate item. You're not going to pin me down on when, but I think we should be bringing a separate item back to the Assembly to say this is how we think we could best deliver the biodiversity net gain. Is that?
So can I just, if the East-West Rail, there's some ongoing consultations, I know it's been going on for a long time, and we're progressing with C2C. If there, with the current changes in government, if there was a quick decision that meant that East-West Rail was decided to come into Cambridge, would the inquiry or this application, would they have to look at that?
If it was sufficiently far down, excuse the pun, the track, they would need to consider it. And I think, you know, there's slightly two entities. If you leave the government out of it, East-West Rail are a group of individuals that are required to produce a business plan and a route alignment and all of the technical details so that this becomes a thing. And it's that when you go out to a consultation such as they had and they put a line on a map, it is like a thing. The planning context would be for that business case. Our planning context is the local plan. It's really clear. The local planning authorities have sweated blood and tears and gone out and done the consultation on that. Absolutely clear. Where the East. So what they've got to have that to develop a business case to come forward with something. So I am a betting man. I wouldn't be putting money on it coming back anytime soon, just because I think there's quite a lot of hoops that East-West Rail Company themselves have got to go through, let alone, you know, a new government's then got to think about what its priorities are, but you know, that's under consideration.
Okay, thank you. I just suggest that what just transpired there as a promise of a separate item in the future is something that we should add then to our response from the Assembly. Next is Claire Ruskin.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say thank you for very good questions again, and some good answers too. My position is that I do fully support good public transport from Camborne and Bourne, and I do fully expect traffic to increase over the next years as more homes are built. And pre-COVID, I very strongly supported the segregation of public transport from the existing road for reasons based on evidence and data. I also know that the solutions we are on the road to take many years. So in view of the data referred to by Gabriel Fox, and Peter Blake has given a good pragmatic answer, that in parallel with a heavily reviewed process, which goes through a lot of scrutiny, it has many steps on the way yet. We could indeed put a high level of public transport on the road that exists at the moment. We could add a filter to private cars, so if there are too many at any stage, and we measure that properly and carefully, they could be filtered out, so the road is blocked to private cars. This is a short-term solution, I think. I think we do need to go ahead with a segregated route. I think it's the only way we'll get to the place we need to be in 10 years' time. And if we duck going ahead now with that process, we won't get there in time to save the situation. But there is this pragmatic carrot, if you like, to get the public transport going now in a very good way. That could use not a segregated route on the road, because that is impossible, as you've said, and we've looked at that many times, but an integrated with the private cars, just with the ability to put a bollard in front of the private cars if the traffic gets too heavy. So it's pragmatic, it's short term. I think we need to go ahead with the long term, but we've got to face the issues that we've got on the data at the moment. And if it is true that there is no congestion, then at this point in time, we could have a medium-term solution.
Claire? Peter?
Supportive of the private approach, I think that was suggesting, was it?
Thank you, Chair. I am pleased to see that what's come back from the EIA in relation to the trees at Hardwick has been taken on board. I thought I was going to have to chain myself to the trees at one point. So, yeah, we'll start with the positives. I have to say that I have raised before about language being used and how we go about things. I wasn't present at the meeting, so I can't comment on that, but I think it's something that we have discussed as a committee, and I think we all recognise that language when dealing with these issues is important, and I'd hope everyone would take that on board at public meetings. In relation to the accuracy of the documents, it is concerning if errors have been made. And I will take it that they are genuine errors. But if we could maybe look into that and see how that occurred, because I think we're all exhausted by C2C on all sides, whether you're pro or against it. It's been an exhausting process, and I think it's difficult. We are asking people for an element of trust in what we're going to do, and that means we have to be OCD over the top with the details to try and regain some trust on the issue. And we won't do that if we're making errors. So a commitment, Chair, that will get looked into might then seek to reassure residents that we've noted their concerns. The issue obviously still for me remains around Coton, but if we could bear in mind what I've said, Chair, I'd appreciate it, as I'm sure residents would and others.
Thank you. Peter?
We've already started a review of why the errors, so all I can do is apologise.
Okay, Helen?
If I understand correctly, what we're being asked this afternoon is whether or not anything from the EIA or from, I guess, the wider environment means that we should stop or abort this project at this stage. I personally cannot see any such evidence. Indeed, we've made some further positive amendments to the proposal since we last saw it. So I'm therefore supportive of it continuing to the TWAO and then likely public inquiry.
Thanks, Helen. I see no more hands, and I have just one point of my own. I'm pleased that the consultation on the EIA has driven these adaptations of the scheme as previously envisaged. That seems to be part of the purpose of doing those exercises. The thing that is a minor concern to me is that obviously that consultation did raise a number of issues apart from the those four, which were considered not to pass the threshold of significance to generate further changes, which may be fine, but I do think that when this item is taken to the board, that those list of other issues that were raised by the consultation, which didn't pass the significance threshold, should be identified, so that the board is aware and that we have completed the loop that we started with the consultation. This has been a long debated project, and we should be supporting the board in going ahead with it as otherwise envisaged. So
We're happy to do that.
Simon, and then hopefully
I just
it.
want to make a short point, which is that we mustn't forget the key narrative around this scheme. The government gave us the city deal to support planned growth, large-scale planned growth in the Greater Cambridge area. A lot of that growth is planned for Camborne Airfield, and this is why the infrastructure is needed. Let's be clear about that. If we abandon this project, we're abandoning the local plan, our commitment to the government to deliver on growth. And where will we find ourselves then? We'd find ourselves not in a position to deliver our 5-year housing land supply. And that would put us in great jeopardy, because it would open up a developer free for all. The inspectors would just approve every single planning application that came in, regardless of the location, regardless of the supporting infrastructure, and we would have unsustainable development on our hands. Let's be clear that that is the key narrative here for this project, and that's why I supported it. It needs to go ahead.
That's great, thank you. That seems to represent the consensus that I've heard. We have, though, picked up along the way a request and agreement that there would be a separate item in the future on the biodiversity net gain, and also that the board would get that further information coming out of the consultation exercise on this. But otherwise, support for the direction envisaged in this report. So thank you very much, members, for that debate and the questioners too. And we will go straight on to the next item, which is item number 8. It's Peter again looming on the horizon to speak again, but this is the Better Public Transport Cambridge Eastern Access project. We have a public question to this item, which I'll take at the beginning. Peter to respond and to present the report, and then for us to debate. So start with the public question, and what I understand is that we have a question on behalf of CamCycle from Josh Grantham. I'm mistaken, we have 2 questions. The first of which is Josh Grantham on behalf of CamCycle, who is in the room. Great, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Improvements to Newmarket Road are long overdue, particularly as it's a place where people have been seriously injured and killed whilst walking and cycling. There is a huge potential for improvement to people's everyday journeys, as well as to break down the barrier the road presents to residents in the surrounding neighbourhoods. CamCycle strongly supports the point from the outline business case that the overarching approach for Newmarket Road scheme should be to deliver constant, coherent, direct, safe, comfortable and attractive pedestrian and cycling infrastructure as a minimum. And we are pleased to see plans for segregated cycleways along the length of the road and cyclop junctions at Elizabeth Way and Barmar Road roundabouts. However, our members have highlighted several remaining concerns with the scheme designs as set out in the outline business case. For example, considering just the very western end of the scheme, we are concerned that there are still 2 eastbound carriageway lanes coming from Elizabeth Way Junction onto Newmarket Road when all the feeder approaches are single lanes. Removing this unnecessary part of the design would reduce conflict and free up space for better active travel infrastructure and much needed greenery. We also believe that the Abbey Road crossing should be retained. Despite improvements to the Elizabeth Way roundabout, this will remain an important north-south route, particularly for pedestrians. The benefits of this scheme focus on and depend on cycling and walking, so we believe it is important that CamCycle and Living Streets are consulted as designs are developed further. Why are neither of these groups listed as key stakeholders on page 35 and 36 of the outline business case? Can this be rectified for the next stage of the project? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. And then the other public question is a combined question originating from David Trippett and Mark Ryson, which I think is going to be asked by neither of them. And we have Bill Blake in the room who's going to ask it for them both. Thanks very much.
Okay, multiply the number of Blakes in the room by 100%. Sorry? No one. The aim of the Eastern Access project is to improve access to the city by public transport, walking or cycling. The Phase A work to Newmarket Road will achieve this for that road and should be supported. However, as the GCP's Executive Board noted publicly in 2021, the Phase A changes to Newmarket Road will divert thousands of motor vehicles onto nearby unrestricted roads. Most at risk is Coldham's Lane in Romsey, where not a single item of traffic calming exists. This is a family-oriented community. It has a play area, primary school, allotments, green common and an elderly person's home. It is a deprived community and has been neglected for decades. Surveys show that Coldham's Lane in Romsey carries over 14,000 vehicles a week, with queuing by day and cars speeding at over 70 miles an hour at night. Cyclists are forced onto narrow pavements as the exposure to HGV traffic on advisory cycle lanes is intolerable. In terms of active travel, it is the very definition of failure. In the short term, residents overwhelmingly support and need a minimum of a 20 mile an hour speed limit and a nighttime HGV ban. But the only solution that would prevent rat running is a modal filter on Coldham's Lane. It is proposed for Mill Road and Vinery Road, and these filters will inevitably add to the traffic on Coldham's Lane. To ameliorate these displacements, traffic reduction on Coldham's Lane should, in addition to improving safety for active travel on the lane, form a basis for an active travel priority crossing for the Chisholm Trail as opposed to the motor traffic priority design that is proposed. What guarantees will this committee give today to the people of Coldham's Lane that the Phase A works will not be isolated and that the Phase B works will include meaningful and significant restrictions for motor vehicles on Coldham's Lane in Romsey?
Thank you very much. And those are our two questions. So, Peter, would you like to respond to those?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of Josh Grantham's question, yes, we will commit. The report makes clear that the next stage, we're expecting detailed design and consultation, and Living Streets and CamCycle will absolutely be part of that. In terms of the question around Coldham's Lane, we entirely understand the concerns of Coldham's Lane. In fact, the paragraph 2.7 makes clear that the proposals work as part of a wider Making Connections network hierarchy review, which needs to reduce, better manage traffic across the city environment. The Cambridge Eastern Access Scheme will need to work in tandem with those other work streams. And that means that traffic restrictions on Coldham's Lane are not currently planned to be brought forward as part of Phase 2. Expect to be bringing them forward as part of Making Connections and or the Road Hierarchy Review, and the Road Hierarchy Review are key components of this. And when we report that back to the Assembly and to the Board, it will be part of those discussions, Coldham's Lane. I hope that's helpful, Chair.
Thank you. And so we go to our debate. Just to remind you, the focus requested of us is on the outline business case for this Phase A of Newmarket Road, the preference for option 1 for the park and ride, subject to an OBC associated consultation, and scheme designs, which are going to be subject to further development and further planned consultation on both the Phase A for Newmarket Road and the park and ride proposals. So, could I have contributions on this? Please, Claire. So that's Claire Daunton.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm very familiar with this part of Cambridge, and I've got some rather specific questions. So I'll start with the park and ride, with the site for the park and ride. What's the business case for the choice of this site, and how has it been assessed in relation to other sites that were put forward, and particularly any site that might have been on the other side of the A14? And I'll just comment there on the general use of the terminology Eastern Access. I mean, it is very confusing because there's a term used to refer to Cambridge East, which refers to the airport in the emerging plan. It refers to people travelling in from the east. But in fact, actually, I think what you are referring to here is simply the area from the Quay roundabout coming into Cambridge. I don't think you're referring to anything east of there. So I think that needs to be, it's the eastern access to the city. It's not beyond, it's no access. You're not referring to any work that might have been done beyond that. Going back to my point about the park and ride, I would really like to understand, as I said, the business case for that. And also I'd like to understand how that will improve traffic coming off the Quay roundabout down to the park and ride, where most of the congestion occurs farther back. It occurs at the Quay roundabout and further east and further north than that. So you're not going to be, according to this arrangement, you're not going to be solving the congestion there unless, of course, we're linking it directly to the first item on our agenda this morning and the better bus services. And I want to know how those two things are tying in, the phasing of those two things. And that's my first question. My second question concerns the rail link to Newmarket, and I'm trying to find it in my papers. Yes, it's on page 92, Phase B, longer term rail improvements. I'd like more of a definition of longer term. I understand that you've got a discussion with East West Rail Consortium later into 2022, but there's been no detailed work, as far as I understand it, on the location of a station to the east of Cambridge. And I'd like to know much more about the timetable and the plans for better rail connection from the east of the city into Cambridge. Thanks.
Claire, Peter?
Sorry, Chair, just to jump in now, because it might help in sort of future questioning. So this is a signposting report, effectively. It's doing a few things. It's saying that the first phase of works on Newmarket Road, we've had a consultation, there's broad support, there's a bit of nervousness around the trees. We need to get into the detailed design, which is the question from Josh at Campsite, get into the detailed design, understand what that is, and then consult on it. So that's the sort of first part of it. The second part is around the park and ride, that says, we've had a poke around, we've had a look, we've done an initial consultation, people didn't have a view either way. We now need to do the business case that says, let's do that business case work, let's do consultation. So we're not, what this report doesn't say is this is where the park and ride site's going to be. It says we need to do a business case assessment, we need to consult on that, and then we need to come back on a final decision on that one. And then where we touch on in terms of the longer term, we with Combined Authority County Council, probably about 2018 now, did supported or co-funded a review of the network within the rail network within the Greater Cambridge area. I mean, this was an attempt for us to influence the national rail agencies on it. They did a variety of planning scenarios. They didn't deliver the planning scenario we're living with. It didn't go that high, but they did some. And what it showed, under any growth scenario within Greater Cambridge, the Newmarket to Cambridge line falls over in capacity terms. Now, actually, you could argue you probably didn't need a transport study to do that if you've ever used the line, which I've done a few times. But so what we're trying to do here, or with that piece of work which we're going to take forward with the rail industry, they're in a bit of change and flux at the moment with GB Railways, but it's really emphasising the point that the bigger picture in terms of the rail line, the immediate short-term requirement in our areas is Newmarket Road, according to the assessment methodology, because that's what we use. So what this is a signposting report, Chair, that's trying to do a few things that essentially just moves it, Newmarket Road, to the next phase. We need to do more work and come back on the park and ride side, and then we need to continue with the rail industry, which is a national train set. It's not, we've got influence. We might have a nudge every now and again, but we just need to be, going back to, we all jointly paid for this piece of work that said there's a problem on this stretch of line, can you please resolve? Hopefully that might just guide some of the questions, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. And how elegantly you point out that I forgot to ask you to present the report, which that was the presentation for. My apologies. Christopher.
Thank you, Chair. Mindful of the declared potential conflict earlier, but just to pick up on the park and ride and echo Councillor Daunton's comments around the location of the park and ride. My particular point, though, as someone who knows that side of Cambridge better than any other commute for the last 39 years, is if we consider the report we were looking at first thing this morning and the scale of the growth of Cambridge that we've got planned and our ambitions to get people out of cars, can we make sure that when we relocate a park and ride, we do so on a scale which is way beyond anything that we would recognise today? We need tens of thousands of people to make that switch on the edge of our city every day, and the current park and ride, as you know, is tiny. We need to make sure the new one is much bigger. Thank you.
Okay, I'll regard that as a plea, not a question. But,
Thank you, Chair. This is about Coldham's Lane again. This is in my own division. I have to point that out, and I'm sure that Peter is well aware of the ongoing problems and future ones. It wasn't explicit in the question from Mark and David read up by Bill, but I know they're also worried about mitigation during construction. So, for instance, on the Barnwell Road junction, they are worried that a lot of that traffic will spill over onto Coldham Lane, and I wonder if you could say something to reassure them. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else indicating, and I'm wondering if, therefore, sorry, was I wrong? I'm wondering if that means that we are in a position to note this for the board. It sounds like there is something of an interest to make sure that the next steps don't close down on other options for the park and ride site, and I think that, I see nods for that, so I think that we want to add that point to what we're saying, and that I think we ought to reflect our keenness for the problems in Coldham's Lane to be addressed as soon as possible by the other routes that you described. Are you happy with that as the way forward on this? Thank you. Two items left. I see no calls for a break, so I'm going to plough straight on. And that item is number 9, Greater Cambridge Greenways. So we have a couple of questions on that, and we'll follow the normal sequence with those. So let's get started. Is James Littlewood, who is joining us on Teams?
Who's there?
Okay, I see him. And the second one will be Josh Grantham from CamCycle again. So, James, would you like to go ahead with your question, please?
Good. Hi, yeah, thanks very much. Hang on a second, I've just got some, I've got you on the video as well, which is causing some feedback. Right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. At the inception of the Greenways, there was broad political and stakeholder agreement that the design of the route should not be a one-size-fits-all, because the routes were going to traverse through urban, rural and village landscapes, including areas that were sensitive for their heritage, landscape and ecology. However, after several years of asking for examples of design in sensitive areas, we still have nothing more than promises. A recent consultation document showing proposed designs have included the use of materials and signage that are not sensitive to their location and to which Cambridge Past, Present and Future has objected. We want to bring to your attention that, despite national guidance on cycle infrastructure and design and Historic England's Streets for All advice, stating that specific colours are not a requirement, in 2020, Cambridgeshire County Council decided to implement a policy that red, 2 shades thereof, are the only colours that should be used on new cycle tracks for consistency. This is opposed by Historic England and is clearly at odds with the intention of the Greenways programme and the statement set out in the report. Please can you confirm that Greenways will not be subject to the County Council policy, or that the County Council policy might be amended? Thank you.
Thanks, James. And we'll get an answer to that in a moment. But first, Josh Grantham from CamCycle again.
CamCycle is constantly asked about the Greenways progress. People living in villages surrounding Cambridge are desperate for safe, pleasant cycle routes to their everyday destinations. The GCP website states that they will also help to make local journeys such as school and nursery runs safer and easier. Given this objective, we are particularly concerned about 2 aspects of the scheme as set out in this report: the status of the Waterbeach Greenway and the approach to rural surfacing. Firstly, the decision to postpone the construction of the Waterbeach Greenway is hugely disappointing, particularly to residents of Milton and Waterbeach, and it is unclear why this has happened. Paragraph 2.1 cites changes including Mereway proposals and the A10 footpath widening, but these routes do not meet LTM 120 guidance or the requirements for all types of cycling. Reasons include lack of sufficient separation, lack of lighting, compromised widths, and inadequate crossings. The Waterbeach Greenway must be built to a better standard. Furthermore, we are also surprised to see that Reynolds Drove resurfacing listed as a Greenway quick win when the new surface material is loose, rough, uneven, and cannot be ridden easily by all types of cyclists throughout the year and in all weathers, which will deter many users. According to LTM 120, cycle routes should be surfaced in smooth, bound materials that meets the comfort core principle of LTM. How is the GCP going to ensure that the Greenways, including Waterbeach, and other rural links, including Mere Way, are delivered on time and designed in line with LTM 120 to provide routes that do provide realistic choice for cyclists of all ages and abilities all year round, including those travelling to school and nursery?
Very much, Josh. It's you again.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of James Littlewood's question, the Greenways programme, we agreed to undertake landscape character assessment studies for each of the Greenways, which will ensure that all the designs are appropriate to the area's characteristics and will give the look and feel of a Greenway. The Greenways are therefore not constrained by the use of red on new cycleways. Nevertheless, we will continue to work closely with the County Council as we bring forward the Greenways programme. Turning to Josh Grantham's question, the report is not seeking to postpone the Waterbeach Greenway. What the report is seeking to do is to say a lot has changed in Waterbeach in relation to active travel in the last couple of years. Mere Way, the A10 changes, the Waterbeach public transport corridor, the relocated rail station. And what the report is saying is we just want to have a quick look. And by that, I'm suggesting a couple of months just to sit down and say, does it all make sense? Are we delivering the best possible network given all of those changes? And then we will get things back on track. That's what the report is asking to do around Waterbeach, because there have been so many changes in that area. In terms of Josh's second point, greenways are not just for cyclists. That section of greenway is a byway, which specifically requires a surface used by agricultural vehicles, by pedestrians, cyclists, and equestrians. And that's what was delivered. Nevertheless, LTN 120 is one of the guiding principles of what we're trying to achieve in greenways to ensure we deliver a step change in active travel provision.
Yeah, Peter, it's very helpful. So helpful I'm coming back for more, because this time I've remembered that you need to introduce this report, don't you?
Thank you, Chair. So the report's trying to do a couple of things. One is to bring to life where we are with greenways, accepting you're now going to start to see a lot of these. So this is an overarching report. We're going to bring them all back to you on a route-by-route basis, following the engagement that you previously agreed to that commenced in the summer, and feedback on that. Further details of the design, and a business case for each of the greenways. We've attached a business case for the entire network. It's a very broad programme-based case. Probably need to remind you, we are obliged to produce a business case for all our areas of major expenditure. So that's why there's a programme level case. But it'll be far more meaningful when we get down to a scheme-by-scheme basis, which is what we'll bring back. So it's trying to achieve that, Chair. We've got a wayfinding strategy, and again, this is something we can really get on with quite quickly. We've come up with two designs, and what we're suggesting is there's a quick public poll, or it's a consultation, or there's something just to try and generate some interest. It's something, certainly on the Chisholm Trail, for example, we could just drop this straight in. We can get out there on site with that. And then finally, Chair, there's this sort of the outline delivery plan that starts to bring to life what this is going to look like. There's a series of colourful maps that endeavour to do that. Red, amber, green probably wasn't our best choice in the world. They're simply links to years. It had gone too far down the line before, anyway. But that's just trying to bring to life when these things are largely going to get constructed. I've spoken too much, Chair, so I'll stop there and happily try and answer any questions people may have.
Thank you. I've got Heather, Paul, Neil. Okay.
Chair, I think we have controversial things in the GCP. This has not been one of them. I'd say this is the frustrating thing that's on our agenda, because I don't really want to see more reports on it, Chair. I want to see the greenways themselves, and I think we really just want to see action now going forward. I have been inundated by Councillor Cohn, who's a local member affected by one of the greenways, and is also my deputy at the district council. And he had some questions that he'd asked me to raise with you. One of which was about officer time and priority being given. Has enough officer time priority been given to this project, given the impact on modal shift from villages that are cyclable to the city? And this was, originally commissioned in 2016, so I think it's probably a fair question. It does feel like it's been going on for quite some time, and lots of consultations. And I referenced before about consultation fatigue from people, that they feel they're answering the same question over and over again. So if there's anything we can do to sort of reassure people that we are going to eventually get there, I think would be really helpful. And for people to maybe understand the reasons why we haven't been able to achieve what we have achieved so far. He does also ask about whether local members in and along the cycle greenway routes, can they be kept informed of timescales? He says there seems to have been near silence on some of the cycle routes for some period of time, and residents are getting disheartened with the project if they're not kept regularly informed. And this is something, when I said, we want to achieve this, we want to take people with us, it's something that we can do without, becoming public enemy number one. So if you wouldn't mind having a little thought on those questions. One final one was about if there'd been joined up thinking, because we've mentioned about there being byways essentially and having different vehicles, and whether any conversations had happened with electric vehicle operators such as Voi to look at suitable pickup points, as that does seem to be working quite well. Thank you, Chair, and fully supportive of getting to the next round and just getting on with this one.
Splendid, thank you, Heather. Paul.
Thank you. I'm going to make some of the same points. Firstly, about the greenways generally, and also about the Waterbeach Greenway. So progress reports from October 2020, including this quarter's progress report for the greenways, have been shown as being in the project initiation phase for all the greenways. So that's 2 years in the initiation phase. During that period, all the greenways have been shown as being a green status, with the exception of one, which I'll come on to. Some of the greenways were given approval by the board in December 19, so that's a further 9 months before the first progress report. So in effect, some of the greenways have kind of been in this project initiation phase for nearly 3 years. The completion are now stated as 24 and 25. I suppose given the lack of limited progress today, I do have a lack of confidence that these completion dates are achievable. So I have a couple of questions and a request, really. What resources are needed to achieve these completion dates, and are they in place? How are the risks of delays being mitigated? So you outlined, I think, 3 key risks, but I'd like to understand how they're being mitigated. And the request is really if we can have a report showing project plans, key milestones, and a risk assessment for each greenway for following assemblies, so that we can start to properly track and review progress. On the Waterbeach Greenway itself, this appears to have slipped, according to the progress report, from 24 to 25 now. Peter, I think you explained there's going to be a pause. Local Plan SS6 for Waterbeach Newtown states that there will be measures to promote walking and cycling with direct high-quality pedestrian and cycle links to North Cambridge. The first residents can be moving into Waterbeach Newtown in early 23. So my question there is, what's needed to reverse the delay that's been reported? How can we, can we do things to reverse that and bring it back to 24? I think that's really all my questions. My other one is not really for the GCP, it's more for the County Council. Is how is the County Council going to resource this coming forward? Because all of these greenways are going to put a lot of work on the County Council. Recently, we've had 2 projects in my ward, the Mereway and the A10, and a lot of the delays have been down to the safety audits that the County Council have been undertaking. And they've struggled to resource those safety audits with all the other work they've been doing. So I worry that when the greenways all come forward, they'll be inundated with safety audits and not be able to progress them particularly quickly. But that's more a question for the County Council, but something to bear in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. I'm going to go to Neil next before we go to Peter for responses.
Thank you, Chair, and just following on from that, also maintenance going forward is something that's going to fall on highways, and we are thinking about it. Just kind of perplexed, really. I fully acknowledge my ignorance of Historic England's position on this. Personally, I like red. I don't see that black tarmac as particularly historic. Mud, maybe cobbles if you're lucky, and I'm not adverse to horse manure. Just saying.
We'll have to summarise that one. Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I have said some of this before, so I apologise now. I'm going to be repeating myself. The Greenways is a huge network. It's 150 kilometres. It's not a straightforward single contract that we will let. It's a whole series of little elements of schemes, some about upgrading what's already there, some that will require local planning authority sign off, even if it's just permitted development, some of it that will require land acquisition. And so the challenge has been pulling all of this together. And that's why we set 2025 at the start for the network. That's what we're working towards doing. We have, over the period of time, been putting more and more resources in. So I've spoke to you some time ago now around the consultancy support that just didn't exist just for GCP, but actually for the county council or indeed the combined authority, and we've collectively put that resource in place. And sorry, this sort of links with your question on the challenges, Paul. So land agent resource is in place in terms of dealing with that. The relationship with the local planning authority is in place. That's going to take a lot of work, because if we're not careful, we just drop a whole load of requests of permitted development on them. That doesn't help anybody. So that's taken a lot of work to get that right, and we're working on that. Public consultation will always be a risk, and it will be interesting as I start to bring some of these things back, that says, is everybody as happy now they've got a little bit more detail of these schemes than they are at the start? And I suspect it might not be the unanimity that everybody imagines it to be, but you know, I may be proven wrong. So this is a large, sizable project. Lots of change in Waterbeach. You know, I thought long and hard about whether we just continue with the plan and say, yeah, I tick my 20 whatever box. But actually, you know, we need to make sure that all of the key moving parts, the developer, the planning authority, highway authority, GCP, combined authority, that we deliver the best possible active travel network in Waterbeach. And so what the report says, we might need a couple of months just to make sure we've got that right. Let's take that time. And then, yes, we will challenge ourselves to get it back on track if that's doable in any way. We're committed to deliver quicker wins, so this won't be delivered one end to the other. We're going to take every single opportunity to deliver that. Maintenance is a thorny issue that isn't going away. The county council colleagues and I are regularly talking about maintenance. One of the reasons, I wasn't grey when I started that conversation. So, you know, but we have to find a way, and I've said, you know, in the assembly previously, we will find a way to make sure that we can maintain these things once we put them in. We're not just going to throw it as another liability to the county council. So that's you know, we're working on for that. The red, I think, is just a reflection of where the Greenway started from, and I think we need that element of flexibility. I have no comments on Horseman, Chair. Okay.
Got Annika, and Claire Daunton, and now Katie. So Annika, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question picks up from what Josh said at Camsar regarding Reynolds Drove. That happens to be in my ward. It was a tarmacked surface that was then completely restripped and placed with a completely different surface, which, as he says, is loose stones over the top. How do you assess what type of surface is required for the different ways? Because arguably it could be said that it's a worse surface for cyclists, as he said, is now unable to be used by scooters. And you've said that it's accessed by agricultural vehicles, which is true. But cycling there this week, the agricultural vehicles have stripped and left scratches and tyre marks through. So potentially it's not a suitable surface for a vehicle that had agricultural vehicles on it. So how do you assess what is suitable? And again, with maintenance, this one has now been affected. How is it going to be maintained?
I start on a positive note by saying how jealous I am when I pass by the Chisholm Trail and see how well used it is, passing by on the Park and Ride bus, I should note. But just to go back to what you were saying earlier, Peter, I think you can probably understand the frustration. I think I went to an exhibition about the Fulbourn Greenway in 2016, and people now feel sort of quite let down because here we are in 2022 and no sign of it. But I think you've given a good explanation. My question really is about connectivity again, and you know what it's going to be. It's about those communities that are left in between the greenways. So in my community, it is between a Bottisham Greenway and a Fulbourn Greenway. You know, how can we have the connectivity which will allow people to cycle from those communities, my communities, other similar communities, onto a greenway, into Cambridge North, into Addenbrooks, into the city, the kind of thing that you want to do with the whole Making Connections project.
Thanks, Claire. Katie?
Just in relation to the Waterbeach Greenway, I hope it can be advanced as quickly as possible because there is more and more people using the river towpath, and that's really not suitable for a lot of cyclists, and needs to be taken into account. I think what you were saying about getting everything right before the construction starts is incredibly important, and it goes to the maintenance. It's quite often in construction, it takes a long time to prepare everything and getting the right specification so that the maintenance is the best possible specification, so the maintenance is as low as possible or the right level going forward. And then quite often once construction does start, it proceeds fairly quickly. Wadlow's path, which has been updated, is somewhere I cycle, and it was a great improvement of the original path that was there. Some of the routes I think would benefit from a consideration about improving biodiversity, and we need to take special care on hedges, any ancient old hedges. Will that level of detail come out when the next consultations are with residents? That's one question. And I agree that these routes are not just for cycling, they are for walking and bridle ways where appropriate. I have asked you before about benches for people walking, and I believe mostly the budgets don't cover benches for people to rest. But it would be good to maybe work with the local authorities to get these in so that when they are open, people walking have the opportunity to rest. Thanks.
Those are three questions, Peter. Annika, Claire and Katie.
So in terms of Annika, it's a discussion. If we were just building a network for one mode, in a sense it would be relatively straightforward. And it might be that the majority of the greenways are purpose-built for walking and cycling, but some of them are not. Some of them are byways where there are other legal requirements that we and the county council and others need to meet. And this is an example, and it gets tricky, and there are different views. And we're hearing rightly from Josh and Cam Cycle today. I've been sat here, and some of you will, and we've heard from the equestrian groups who've got slightly different views. We're trying to balance these things together. We do it as closely as we can with the county council because maintenance is a key consideration. As I say, we can't just hash that problem. and this process is going to have to continue. Now, I think on large stretches, we're not going to have this toing and froing, but there are areas, particularly where there's a legal public right-of-way, byway, or whatever, where we have to take more time and attention, and it may well be that there's a compromise that we've all got to make, and that's one of the challenges on Claire, absolutely. The whole thing's about connectivity, isn't it? It's trying to make these connections, and almost building where do you start the spider's web? So trying to get these things in as soon as we can get them in, and then say, scratching or in my case, scratching my beard and say, well, what's the next link? What's the next obvious thing we can do? We work in our rich governance environment, so we've got the various local authorities in play with their responsibilities that feed into walking and cycling networks. We've got, Waterbeach is a good example where the developer is heavily involved in this sort of thing. So how are we all pulling this spider's web together so it makes sense? Making connections is the obvious, big way of doing that. We need to, I'll happily leave that one with you, and we'll work on trying to pull some of the others together. Katie, absolutely, yes, on biodiversity, that information will come out. I'll take an action to speak to the local authorities about benches. We're not bench people at all at the moment. Yes, echo the points on Waterbeach and maintenance. It's two issues we need to check.
Annika, did you want to come back on that?
Yeah, sorry, just in regard to the maintenance. At the moment, the path has only been down for a few months and requires maintenance. So how is that done now, not later on with the county council? How is it done now, because it does require maintenance?
The City Deal agreement is that the GCP, this committee, is a statutory joint committee of the county council, or the board is. The county council is the highway authority. So we do not go off and just build something without their approval, and they're then taking the maintenance of that. So that's the process going forward. While now transition arrangements we work on, and particularly as we move towards 2025, and we'll all be sat here cutting ribbons on a very large network. But the responsibility for maintaining these things sits with the county council.
So any reports that people using it want to make should go to the county council? Yeah.
Or you can come to us in the first, but we'll be working closely with county colleagues on it.
It's just being asked, so I thought I'd ask the question now. Thank you.
I had a couple of points myself. I mean, I wanted to recognise that when this was first raised, however many years ago people say it was, it really was an inspired idea. And whether or not we knew so then, I think it has emerged that it has all of the complexity that Peter describes, and partly because of its sort of fragmentary nature and distributed nature, it is complicated and difficult to implement. But now we've got to this point, which I think is a piece of progress. Peter, do you feel that you have the right resources to deliver on these dates that you've mentioned in the report? And do you think that we will get to the point where, instead of a description across a programme of lots of different greenways, which in turn break into fragments, that we have something like a Gantt chart that goes with each of the greenways? And the reason why I'm putting it like that is that I think that although obviously these are facilities that have a wide public, are in particular they have their localised cheerleading stakeholders, and you hear of a selection of them today, and it doesn't much help those people if the answer is buried in, well, when someone's finished some other greenway, then they'll get to your greenway. It would be great to have some sense of timeline in relation to each one of them that breaks down into a bit more detail.
That's absolutely the expectation. And so I think the process we've gone through with the engagement now is probably, on each of the greenways, is probably now just going to continue as we go through delivering them. The resources are pulled into place. It will be interesting, some of them we haven't been back to in a while, as to what that initial reaction is, but absolutely we are working to 2025, resources to do that, out talking to people, and we will be bringing these back to you then on just a greenway by greenway basis, which will have those Gantt charts in, and you'll be able to challenge, poke and pick as necessary.
So will those Gantt charts associate with the dates that are against?
That's absolutely, that is what we're heading for.
Okay, I think that would be an
Yeah,
even more significant
we
stage of progress.
We are being asked. What we've got to do is to have, when we produce Gantt charts, is have confidence. It's not just about a broad network, 2025. It's then about saying, well, when am I going to be digging on that road? When am I going to be going back to that bridleway? When am I going? So absolutely, that's the intention.
Okay. So to summarise this debate, seeing no more contributions, I think the overwhelming message is welcome the report, but really we're still impatient for progress and delivery, and we think we see this as a stepping stone, but yeah, the faster the better, and message that we've got. Thank you very much. Want to have a break before the last item? Okay. I've never heard people decline a break.
Apparently there is an answer.
Yeah. Okay, so we're on to item number 10 then, and I see Neva's moved into position. We have no questions of any kind. So it's a question of asking you to take us through your report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was anticipating this to be about 5 to 5.
I haven't even written the report yet.
Yes, exactly. I have to do some drafting very quickly. So the usual report in front of you in terms of progress across the whole programme. We made some tweaks to how we set out the finance progress stuff. You asked us to do that last time. We've done that. I hope that's useful. In terms of the kind of substantive items that we'd like you to consider, there's two. The first is around commenting on a proposal to increase some work on the skills service, which I'll go through just now. And the second is for you to note the updated transport needs study at CBC. This was mentioned earlier, so the detail is is contained in the report. So just back to the kind of the thing we're asking for comment discussion on. We're a year and a bit into the skills service that Form the Future and Cambridge Regional College are running for us in kind of combination. I've got a colleague here from the Future, Catherine. If there are any sort of questions of detail, Catherine's here to try and pick those up. We've spent some time reviewing how we think the work is going, particularly in the context of there having been a pandemic, and we agreed this thing at the very kind of outset of that, and we've started to understand a bit more about what we think that COVID's done to the labour market, and we wanted to use that information and kind of do that review through the lens of those progressions. And as part of that review, we identified 4 or 5 key areas that actually are a challenge as part of this work. Just to kind of summarise them, I don't think they'll be a surprise to anyone. Busy, under-resourced schools, motivated staff, but some of whom could perhaps do with a bit of extra training, barriers to employment from missed work experience. People just haven't been able to get there and do as much as they had previously. And actually shortages of skilled staff, which I think lots of people know about at the moment. And something that we've been talking about here and members have raised lots and lots of times is a lack of access to kind of good data about the impact of what we're doing on this work stream. So we took those kind of 4 or 5 challenges and thought about how we might address them. There's 2 key things that we think will help us to get to the bottom of some of those. The first is around rolling out a new digital platform across every secondary school in the Greater Cambridge area. And the kind of point of that is there are a few points, but students actually will be able to kind of apply for opportunities directly on this platform, which will be consistent across all schools, as I said. But actually, it will give us the opportunity to access destination data in terms of where they're going, what they're going on to do, as well as access to opportunities within the labour market. So we hope that will be an extremely useful thing. The second kind of idea is around resources for teachers and staff in schools. What that could kind of look like. It's varied, so extra kind of help for CPD, some small amounts of funding to get kids transport to various careers, events. That, not all schools have the resources to rent coaches and whatnot to get kids to these things. So we want to try and increase participation in those sorts of events, and also some extra support to develop the Cambridge curriculum, which is something that we've talked about here quite a lot, and I know that members are keen to see kind of progress on. That's a short summary. Catherine's here, and I will be here, of course, to answer any questions on that specifically, but also to answer any questions across any of the other work streams, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Neve. So what I'm going to do is to proceed as we have typically done. I'm going to call out the different work streams which are represented in the appendices. We will pick up the skills proposal under the skills one, but that's the opportunity to ask any questions about any of the work streams. So the first appendix is on the transport work stream. Are there any questions on anything in that appendix? Simon.
Chair, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to break your rule because I want to make some cross-cutting remarks. If that's allowable.
Would it be better to do that at the end, or?
I'm in your hands.
Don't let me forget at the end then. Okay. So, anything on the transport work stream? No? Then we do come to the skills one. So there's the specific proposition that Neve has described, but then there is other material in this appendix too. So I see Heather and Claire.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like I was just waiting to do bingo in the house when to put my hand up. I think I've got it at the right point. The work, I've previously praised the work being done on skills. I think it's a really important, under-publicised element that the GCP does. It often gets dominated by the transport for obvious reasons, but I think it's really important, particularly coming out of the pandemic, and so you would have my support, I think, on the monies that you want to spend. In the context of everything that we do, it's quite minimal. I think it's something that is going to be needed now more than ever. So go for it would be my thoughts. And just in case I get my hand at the wrong time, I'd like to come in on housing, Chair, if you could remember that. Thank you.
I remember that. Short attention span, but I think I can do that. Claire.
Yes, on skills, I very much want to support the availability of more funding to expand the service. And also just to put in a plea that it doesn't make any extra work for teachers in schools, that it's actually a real help to the teachers and not any kind of a burden to them.
Claire. Now the other Claire.
Endorsing that, but also just checking that all the initiatives that are going on in the Cambridge area are hopefully coming together under your understanding, Neve, because Cambridge Tech Week, for example, another initiative has sprung up with inspiring children as its target, and my feeling was the same as Claire, that the teachers are the ones who are the bottleneck rather than the people who would love to speak about their specialist subject.
Thanks, Claire. Christina.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to look at this in the working group, so thank you. Highly supportive of the proposal, and note the good work that's going on, particularly in schools, and also would say to Claire that there was a lot of scrutiny about how things are joined up, so I know that does concern Neve a lot. I would just though, and Claire may also have a comment on this, the shortage of skills on our economy at the moment, particularly at the lower entry levels, being felt by employers and things, coupled with actually high levels of inequality, not just in our own region, but externally, does encourage me to think about how we raise our ambition in this area, in this sector. And I know, Neem, we're going to pick up on opportunities around apprenticeships, etc. But it's more just to flag that I think this is an area where there's increasing need, and there may well be some additional gaps in addition to the good work that's been supported in schools that can be done.
Katie?
Will there be feedback about, or do you know if what their barriers are to providing the skills, the additional resources for children at all levels? And it's just that in the emerging local plan, there is a focus on well-being and social inclusion. So at the moment that we know we provide junior schools and secondary schools and pharmacies and doctors' surgeries, but in the community spaces or even at all the specifications for the schools, if we know that certain facilities would make a difference to the children and their IT skills or the way they interact, it would be really good if in the next 12 to 18 months we could feed back into the local plan, because we have the opportunity to put policies in place to improve, to have really much better placemaking going forward. So this, you might have evidence which is really valuable.
See no, oh, Christopher. Christopher.
Thank you, Chair. Just absolutely support this proposal. I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate the team and also our partners, Form the Future and Cambridge Regional College, for all they've achieved. This seems like a terrific opportunity for us to overachieve, and it's an area that's so important, and I would urge everyone to consider how we can shoot past the targets, not just get to them in the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I think perhaps we can already summarise and say we support the proposal and would like to tell the board that. And we'll go to the next work stream, which is on the SMART programme.
I guess, in that the only place that I've really seen behavioural change referenced is within the SMART programme in its links to city access. And I guess just thinking about everything we're trying to do you feel we are doing enough in terms of behavioural change and both informing what we're doing, but then also how people are going to adapt those infrastructures that are being built and how they're going to use them?
That feels like a big question to me. Rachel might want to pick it up specifically in the first instance.
I'm happy to. Debbie Bondi, who leads on the work stream, is also, in the room if you want to add anything, Debbie. But I suppose, we see that this work stream is a home for the discussions on behaviour change. Doesn't mean that there are, walls around that work stream. It's about how it permeates across. But Peter's always telling us how much he's delivering in transport. So it's trying to make sure that actually, as a programme as a whole, we're thinking about those things coming in through other angles. And in the SMART work stream, sort of thinking about, future ways, whether it's integrated ticketing or real-time information, all of those things we know are going to enable some of that behaviour change. So that was the logic about how it all needs to sit there, really. The things that you need, that we were talking about earlier, that you need to put around some of the changes that we want to make, need to come together as a package that, persuade people to change their behaviour.
Tying that up with something that will be happening across the programme in the next 2.5 years. So we refer to this in this set of papers, but the government will start to test us again on the progress we're making across the whole programme. That will culminate in a kind of gateway review that we think at the beginning of 2025. Part of that test will be for us to demonstrate our impact. We're not entirely sure what the exam question is, but they want to see impact, and it will be more than just X kilometres of X or the number of skills apprenticeships that have been achieved. But we've got the opportunity to kind of describe something quite different and longer term in terms of how this stuff's landing in the community. So as we develop those proposals, I think it would be quite useful if we fed that into how we design our response to that exam question, to try and start to demonstrate some of that really clearly.
Thank you. So we come to the Appendix 4, which is housing, and Heather had a question here.
Thank you, Chair. It's something that I've raised before, and I'm sure others, that it's a bit concerning. We're still on amber, and we never seem to be able to get ourselves out of amber. And I think I might have to declare an interest, actually, because it refers to the Planning Committee of South Cambridgeshire, of which I'm a member. So just in case, I've declared that now, Chair. One thing that may be helpful, I mean, I have a parish who is desperate for an exception site. They have tried absolutely everything. They just can't obviously get a land. They've got a house provider in place. They've got different parcels that they could use. Planning would be fine. They just cannot get the land. And I can't believe they're the only parish council out there that is trying to do that and trying to achieve it. So I'm just wondering whether perhaps a workshop with parish councils might help you in your aspirations to deliver those rural exception sites, or it's just something that might help kick it along a bit and try and, it feels like we're sort of running out of mileage on this one a little bit. Unlike the transport things where we've got lots of miles to go. So yes, I think if that's possible to look at, maybe.
Thanks, Heather. I mean, isn't the reason it feels like that to you the methodology that was actually agreed to chart this, so that we can't count anything until the local plan has been fulfilled, and therefore we are doing okay because the local plan is being. Sorry, I'm not trying to answer the question, and I don't. I'm not authorised to, but go ahead.
So my point is that, yes, there is a minimum, but it's one of the key objectives is to ensure there's affordable housing. So shouldn't the GCP be looking at ways to try and help and support that rather than just monitor where developers have us at? You know, I get that, and also a lot of that is because we've gone and actually given permission for far more houses than what were planned for. So we've got the quota, but by over permissioning, this should be basic, and we're not really seeing affordable housing in exception sites like this is meant to do. We're seeing affordable housing on new developments like Waterbeach and Northstone, places like that, when the point of the exception sites is to get affordable housing in local communities. I represent 8 parishes, the majority of which have not had any housing. One of them has not had a single extra house built, I think, in 25 years. So they have the opposite issues to what I know others have, where they're like, stop the houses, there's too many. What I'm thinking is the GCP has a role to fill in trying to help those communities in getting affordable housing, rather than them just becoming dormitories.
So we'll continue to talk to the local planning authority about what we can do to support that. Absolutely.
Anything else on housing? I will go then to the economy and environment work stream. Yeah, there's some very interesting figures in there about the on the labour market. That is it. We have then the forward plan, isn't it? And then we have Simon's overarching point. Yes, Simon, overarch us.
Okay, well, I recently caught Michael Gove before he left government saying that Cambridge and the other place are jewels. And it's true, they are jewels. And within that, this Greater Cambridge Partnership is a jewel. And the employment growth that you see, particularly in the knowledge-intensive sectors, which is reported to us on a regular basis by our research, the researchers that we commission, is demonstrating that the economic success, the trajectory of that success, is far greater than was envisaged when the city deal was agreed, and actually what we were all expecting. So life in this sub-region is going to continue up to 2030, which is the end point of the GCP. We still need a body that has got a strong governance system, an agreed governance system, which in itself is of incredible value and takes a long time to put together, and has got a demonstrable record in planning and delivery of infrastructure. We are still going to need that body after 2030. And just reminded us about the preparations for the gateway in early 2025. Crucial that we get through that to draw down the extra money, but it's also a crucial opportunity for us to project a forward plan to put this into the minds of government that there's still going to be a continuing need. We're preparing a local plan for 2040, and to be able to get that through the system, we need to demonstrate that the proposals in that plan are feasible, viable, and deliverable. Yeah? And we need to demonstrate that we're coordinating across all the infrastructure delivery bodies to that plan. And there's some serious constraints in front of us, notably water, of course, but also grid reinforcements. I'm absolutely delighted that the GCP took on those reinforcement projects, but sure there's going to be a lot more. Because we've got a forecast to triple the need for electrification for transport and our heating. It's still a vast amount of infrastructure that we're going to need to put in place, and we need that delivery body to continue. Which brings me back to a sort of more local point now, immediate point. If you look at page 121, you'll see that the budget totals £686 million, which I think is in excess of what we've got available. And therefore, we're demonstrating and I don't know whether that's inflation proofed or adjusted or whatever, but in any way, it demonstrates that we've got a continuing need to keep the infrastructure investment going to support the employment growth, which actually is a national need, isn't it? Because this is export-led, global technological development that is delivering benefits globally as well as nationally. We've got to be able to get behind this to support it. So, Neve, if you're looking for impacts, that's what the government wants to see. It's about how this is supporting the development of our economy, the innovation, the enterprise, and the investment that it brings in, both nationally and globally. And the number of highly innovative companies that the local funding schemes, like Parkwalk, for example, the university, are seeding. It is a sort of remarkable success story. So that's what we need to be talking about when it comes to gateways, making the case for more investment, more of what we're doing now. Let's have that continuation. Let's just think about stopping at 2030.
Simon, I think it's not a bad idea that we have those thoughts. The person who saw the need for this in the first place, this where we are today, I totally agree that the sort of things that we're embracing and on the way to delivering prove the point that we are a natural unit of strategizing for a local economy, and it would be a pity to lose that on any particular time limit. I suspect that the time to actually start to stick an item on an agenda is probably when we've got through the next gateway review, and when we've got some more of our current programs actually starting to be implemented. But I would agree. I have confidence that we are going to be able to point to enough for other people to see the importance of this type of body continuing, maybe with the city deal too. But let's reflect on that, and for those of us who agree with that, and I think it's a point worth remembering that the engagement with what we're doing today is something that has been supported by all political parties and key players in our local economy too, and it would be a pity. So yeah, let's keep that in our minds, everyone. I think we are at the end of our agenda, an hour and a quarter early, and so thank you very much. I think it's been a useful meeting. It's been long, but I think we could not have done this in half a day. So I think we've got another date. I can't remember what it is. It's Wednesday, 23rd of November at 2 o'clock, and we will have another exciting agenda in front of us. Heather?
Chair, I was just going to say, I'm sure members are aware in the room. Obviously, we've got the news currently breaking about the Queen being seriously ill at Balmoral, and I just thought before we finish today, whether you're a supporter of monarchy or not, I think all will agree she has been a model public servant, and that we should register our thoughts with their family at this time.
Thank you, that's a good point. I think everyone would nod on that. Thank you, everyone, and until next time. Cheerio.